그 세 글자 네 눈에 떠올라. 잠깐만, 아니야. 떠오른 그 말. 오늘은 그 말을 하기 싫어. 그 얘기 많이 해본 것 같아. 고백은 조금씩 상하잖아. 오늘은 나 좀 다르게 그 말 안 할게. 사랑해.
너와 나 사이에 선을 지울래. 그러면 그 말도 필요 없는 걸. 그 얘긴 많이 해본 것 같아. 고백은 조금씩 상하잖아. 오늘은 나 좀 다르게 그 말 안 할게. 사랑해. 그 말보다 더 느낄 수 있게 보여줄게. 너 사랑해.
Think about it, make it feel so high, make it feel so high, make it feel so high. Tell me if it's funny, disappear, honey. When will you give me or call me? 'Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Think about it, make it feel so high, make it feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why.
Once again.
Feel so high, you never know why.
Something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so I can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it, make it feel so high, make it feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why.
Once again.
Feel so high, you never know why.
We were bike dirt tires on paved concrete, on the right roads, just had the wrong wheels. But I see you back in town, same shortcut jeans, my head still spins, my heart still feels like riding a bike, just you and I, down a long back road, your brown hair blowing in the wind like it did back then. All those teenage summer nights when I love you, you love me too. It was so easy, still get that feeling. When our eyes meet, I can hop back on our love like riding a bike, like riding a bike. 'Cause babe, our hands still fit, you still get that smile, and your winding curves still drive me wild and bring me right back to wishing I didn't have to go, and thinking maybe we should give it one more try tonight. Just take it slow like riding a bike, just you and I, down a long back road, your brown hair blowing in the wind like I did back then. All those teenage summer nights when I loved you, you loved me too. It was so easy, still get that feeling. When our eyes meet, I can hop back on our love like riding a bike, like riding, like riding a bike, like riding, like riding a bike, like riding, like riding a bike. You got that red on a pilot that you always wanted, and I'm on the road still playing. But sometimes I wonder if it would have been better if we just ended up staying and kept riding our bikes, just you and I, down long back roads, your brown hair blowing in the wind like it did back then. All those teenage summer nights was I love you, you love me too. It's so easy, still get that feeling. When our eyes meet, I can hop back on our love like riding a bike, like riding a bike, like riding a bike,
Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live. 2022 GSL Season 1 Code S.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it.
GSL Code S is back. We continue on in the round of 20. It's been a great season to start things off, but we don't have any Protoss survivors just yet.
Yeah, you just said that, Tasteless. It has been a great season to start things off. No, it's becoming a problem, and if we don't get Trap through tonight, yeah, that would be a huge issue. But I think he is definitely favored to get out tonight.
If Trap doesn't get out here, we need to sound the alarms.
Yeah.
We need to get the balance patch horns out.
Yeah.
And rally the troops. Because we're going to be in Warcraft 2 territory. It's going to be orcs versus humans if we get that.
Yeah, yeah. It could end up looking pretty ugly at that point. I'm really hoping that he does make it because I would like the round of 10 to have 3 races in it. But I guess we'll see. It is a very interesting group tonight. I'm particularly excited about GuMiho, you know, the based Gumi God. See what
Absolutely,
kind of
man.
shape he's in right now.
I think it's always great when we have any of these players that have done their military service and come back. And GuMiho's approach to Terran isn't in line with anybody else who plays Terran in the whole world. He's got a very abstract way of approaching it. A lot of kind of mobile mech plays. Now, I know that it's been years since then, and we are in a different meta and a different iteration of the game. So let's see what he's got to bring here today.
Yeah, that should be exciting. Solar has been playing better and better lately, so I think he's probably the other favorite alongside Trap. But we'll see. I think that there's a lot of possible upsets here. Even Creator's been playing quite well lately.
Yeah, and Creator, of course, you know, we talk about this almost every season, but a guy who's really poured his heart and soul into the game, and he's gotten far along in, you know, a season or two here, but overall, you know, he kind of is consistently in the bottom half of the players.
Yeah.
And so I've always got my fingers crossed for him, and, you know, every season is a new start, so let's see how he performs here today. And as you said, Artosis, I think correctly, Solar has been steadily improving. Still very hungry for a GSL championship here, so let's see what he's got.
Yeah. By the way, I think it's super cool that GuMiho went to the military, came out, and he's still been in more Codesses than Trap. With 23, this guy was one of the originals.
Well, GuMiho, yeah, he was like in every single season for a couple of years.
Yeah. And, I mean, he's from Season 1, so there you have it.
One of the OGs.
Yeah. So yeah, here's Trap's little thing. You can see he has one. He has a little thing there, Tasteless.
He's got
some stuff going on.
Bunny slope syndrome over here.
Yeah, you win some super tournaments, but hasn't gotten that GSL Code S victory yet. Coming a little Sue-ish, in fact, with 3 second places.
Yeah, I mean, Super Tournament is a different tournament. It's got a different tempo to it. And of course, GuMiho, you know, as of the last few years, we haven't seen him, or I guess last 2 years, we haven't really had him in a GSL. So we really don't know where he's at exactly. And he's really the dark horse right now, not just of this group, but of, I think, this entire set of players, because he could easily be top 4 if he's playing out of his mind like he had in the past, or he might just be, you know, not up to date with the times. One thing about when you are doing your military service out here is you're not able to make money doing things that is not the military service. It kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a pro. I think if you're any guy. So we don't see him like streaming or going to, you know, these invitationals. You know, obviously they can't compete in GSL. So we just don't have a very good idea of where his, you know, GSL performance would be at. And that's why the few games we have of GuMiho here are going to be a real test. And I think this is a really good group for him in the sense that we have every range of player here in this group.
Yeah, and he'll be able to show us quite a bit. Excited to see what that is going to be exactly. I think, you know, historically I've always liked his TVZ quite a bit, but his TVP has had ups and downs. I think sometimes he's very smart about it, but I guess let's just see what type of style he's going to bring here against Trap today, who is the best Protoss.
All right, guys, our best of 3 is ready. Trap vs. GuMiho starts now on Hardwired.
2022 GSL Season 1. Kwangdong Freak, Trap. Side Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Okay, so immediately a barracks, not that close to Trap, and not so close to GuMiho's main that we'd call it a Makarax. So let's see what he wants to do with this.
Yeah, double gas, so definitely will be going into factory. Trap, scouting around a little bit. I don't know if he'll check behind the rocks on that side, though. It's kind of a funny location, right? Like, even a Reaper is not going to get across super fast.
Yeah, I feel like this might be the least obvious place to have your probe glide through.
Yeah.
You know, looking for a proxy. So definitely this is built so that it can't be found, which can force a little bit of extra scouting on Trap's side of the map. But he's not going to have a very good idea of what's going on just yet.
Yeah, he's checking to see if there is a barracks in the main base, checking every single edge. Sees that, in fact, there is not, and does start that Zealot. Throws down a second pylon as well at the natural after the cybernetics core. So Trap is playing very carefully here.
Yeah, and that factory starting over here at the entry point, as you can see. So we've had some builds where Terran will make like the barracks, the factory, and a starport out in the middle of the map. This is not going to be one of them. And it looks like this is more to try to get Trap in a very defensive position without the Terran having to commit much of anything. It's basically just a very, very well hidden barracks that could make you uncomfortable.
We'll see if he goes much further with that.
Well, he's making a tech
Marauder.
lab here. Yeah, that's a more of a commitment than I was thinking he was going to do. And he's going to go for concussive shells. So this is one of these openings where you basically want to get the first few concussive shots to connect and then gun down that unit since it can't retreat to safety. And the idea is to basically drag them into a loss pretty quickly. But it's not the closest travel distance, and the Marauder isn't the fastest unit, so it's not going to get there as quickly. You know, we talked about how the factory was back at home, but you could see he's been making, or he did make a Hellion, I believe. That can meet up with that Marauder pretty quickly to put pressure on with this rush.
Yeah, and with that starport coming up, definitely going to grab a medevac to help out. It's an interesting little push that we're going to have coming up here. Blink is on the way, so if this push doesn't do anything, Trap's build is like going to really roll through GuMiho. I think you absolutely have to get something done here. Otherwise, you're playing against someone with twice as many bases and Blink.
Did you see that?
He
saw the Marauder, but I don't know that it registered with him.
I don't think he actually saw it. Yeah,
the Zealot saw it. He didn't.
Because you have to go shield battery immediately. Okay, well, he does make a shield battery, so I mean, there's a possibility, I guess.
That's cute. So the medevac comes out and just scoops them right up over the top. And, I mean, let's see how much damage this does. I do want to point out, GuMiho really needs this to work because otherwise Trap's going to develop much more quickly here because he's invested in expanding and teching.
Okay, gonna go ahead and drop the 3 Marauders out. And the slowing is occurring. Picks up some more units here as well. Just kind of going for it right now. That shield battery quite far away. Oh my god, is he going to zap that soccer? Oh, he gets it as well before it can get back to his shield battery. Now there is an overcharge here, so... Oh my god, Tasteless. This is like doing so well for GuMiho right now.
There's so many low HP units that are just being juggled repeatedly, just like that. Trap is doing his best to fight back, but I'm worried that this damage is just starting to compound here.
Yeah, he's having a hard time even connecting his shots. Runs out of energy. Of course, the overcharge was already used. So it's going from bad to worse right now.
Yeah, more Hellions are going to come up here. There's still plenty of energy inside the medevacs to heal up these Marauders. And, I mean, I think if the last Stalker goes down, it's basically easy to kite from here on out, especially with concussive available and with things clumping up on those Hellions. GG. Gumi God is back.
I guess so.
Get your Gumi Bears out.
Yeah. Very cheesy right there. But
that was cheesy. Maybe we call him a Gumi Worm then.
Oh.
So he's a Gumi Snake. Nice cheese. You know, it's kind of in line with GuMiho's really innovative way of playing the game.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Very
that.
technical rush.
Yeah, and one that, again, I have not casted.
Yeah.
So that's cool. That's
Yeah.
very cool. And look, it took down Trap, and if it can take down Trap, it can take down any Protoss there is.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it worked out really well, but, you know, when you're doing that kind of like one base, all-in-ish type of play, you'll pick up some wins, and sometimes it won't go as well for you. So let's see what he's going to have set here for Berlingrad on game number 2.
Yeah. Okay. Berlingrad it is. Right now, GuMiho with a 1-0 lead versus Trap. Let's see what Trap's got. Maybe GuMiho, another cool rush? I don't know. Let's find out.
2022 GSL Season 1. Guangdong Prince, Trap. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Well, Barracks in the main base. GuMiho's going to go easy on him this time. Feeling bad for Trap.
He's really dialing it back here, making his buildings where he started out on the map. I was really impressed with that rush, and I don't think that Trap had any idea that might have been one of the things coming for him.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
I mean, there's a big range of what could occur on one base, and the thing is, a lot of times there will even just be a command center behind, right? And you can't really figure it out as Protoss. You know, you have these adepts and they can't get up, so you're like, all right, well, I see that you have 2 Hellions and a Reaper at least. It's something, I guess.
Yeah, like we've seen the concussive shell rush proxy racks before, but it's usually considerably closer, I want to point out. And it usually starts a little bit sooner. It starts, I think, with 2 Marauders.
And normally you go like straight in.
Yeah.
And just micro against them, and then like shield batteries, probes, pulling stalkers back works a lot better.
And it's a bit of a tug of war, the fight. You know, it can go either way. But what GuMiho did was a delayed rush where he just waited for a medevac, put the barracks far back enough that it just was never going to be scouted. So I think Trap had kind of thrown that out as a possibility. And then showed up with enough Hellions and enough Marauders that he was basically able to drag Trap, out of that game within about a minute.
Yeah. You know, where he dropped them in the main base as well, it was just far away from any shield batteries or anything, so it just became very, very difficult to play against. I mean, it was a very well-planned rush. Now, we have a Stargate coming up here for Trap. GuMiho, you know, he's hiding what he's doing. Command center being made in that main. So it has to be a little bit stressful here. See that? Trap like checking the side of his base. He's like, oh, are you floating in like a factory or something? He's just trying to not die.
Yeah, he wants to get to like a third base and start to develop and try to play, you know, probably a pretty defensive game here. But GuMiho has really changed his approach in this game. And, you know, I think it's worth saying a couple times in today's cast that GuMiho plays Terran, or played, I should say, Terran, in a way that was very different for other players to deal with. And that was so good by Trap. He played Terran in a way that was so different that it wasn't really even like any other player. And it gave him a lot of success because you really had to almost be ready to play against a 4th race or something like that. Like, he really just treated Terran so differently, treated the tech so differently, and had huge success with it. Uh-oh. Wait, what?
Ooh, the Hellions running in as the Adepts shade by.
Well,
a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, the Oracle... Oh, yeah, that's okay. That one's slow enough.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we think, Tasteless.
Yeah.
But did you know that a car can't be caught by little tiny robots?
The problem is that flamethrower, it only works when the car stops. So
oh my!
Okay, now this is getting a little bit crazy because the Adepts are here, and there's not that much over here to defend. Looks like he's going to dive on the SCVs.
Okay, well, he's definitely getting more damage done than those 2 Hellions. I believe only 1 probe ended up getting killed. And that was very micro-heavy.
And it looks like Trap wants to basically leverage the chaos that happened just moments ago and try to spring an attack here, getting that proxy pylon down here. Having the 2 oracles come up, this is very cool.
Yeah, but okay, he actually did see that 3rd command center, so that is a lot of information there. Now, I think this is going to be like heavy harassment. I bet you that Trap goes Nexus behind this. I think that would probably be the best play here, because even if you kill, yeah, there's the Nexus. Even if you kill a decent amount of workers, GuMiho can actually remake them. When you get 3 command center this fast, it's, you know, it's always surprising how quickly you're going to be able to, you know, get your economy back up to snuff.
There is no bunker here. And so, I mean, this is going to be a tremendous amount of damage inbound right now. He's going to go right for that tank, get the Cyclone.
Oh, bad micro on the tank.
Mean, yeah, this is pretty crazy because there's nothing here to attack other than a Marine coming out of a barracks. And I mean, this is quite a lot of worker kills. I kind of wish we had that tab up on screen.
Well, it's not worker kills yet. Like, he's killed. Yeah, it was only.
I guess you're right. I'm sorry. I kind of assumed that workers were actually dying off. And
he lost like every army unit.
Yeah.
And then the workers started to die there.
Yeah,
but
I just sort of decided that was happening, even though it's right in front of my face. But, you know, this small number of Marines, this is going to be tough. And a lot of these SCVs are very low. They're easily sniped down.
Yeah. A little bit greedy not having a bunker here right now, unfortunately, for GuMiho. But Trap is getting good damage now. Trap up 50 workers to 37. My God, quite the difference. More Stalkers coming up. All right, nice lock on there. Secures a kill. Push these Stalkers back a bit as well.
You know,
another kill there.
GuMiho's really doing a pretty damn good job. I thought this was going to be a little bit better for Trap than it is.
Well, Trap is addicted to losing Stalkers to the Cyclone.
He's addicted to it, man.
It's giving him little dopamine hits. He's like, yes, Protoss is the worst race. Yes. And it's like, so Trap, funny. Dude, you can really make it out of this group. In fact, I bet you can top 4, bro. Just like, let's stop giving him Stalkers, okay?
Yeah, it seems like that little setup, you know, it did some damage, but you got to know when to stop, right? Apparently, he doesn't want to stop, though, because he's going to make a gateway over here.
Look at this. He's already damaged Marines coming up with their stim.
Yeah, and Medevacless set of Marines just YOLOing onto those Stalkers.
That's some vanilla StarCraft 1 Marines right there.
Yeah, yeah. It's like back when we weren't sure if stim was good. It's like, I don't know, man. I mean, you kill stuff
but it takes
fast.
all that health. Like,
yeah, and then they never get it back. So, I mean, is it really worth it? Can't you run away? It's crazy to think there was ever an iteration of StarCraft without something to heal the Marine.
I know, yeah.
When you look at the game now, it's like, what?
That was a weird time, man.
Now, Trap is on 3 bases. GuMiho is still developing on the 2 that he has. He does have a 3rd command center, and I think that's going to be landed now. It was supposed to be landed much longer ago, but it became such an action-packed game.
And don't forget, like 2 seconds ago, I was saying the worker count was like 37 SCVs against Trap's like 58 probes. But look now, 65 to 55, not too bad. GuMiho does come back up pretty quickly here. He's going to have a lot of mules as well. But these Stalkers coming up, and GuMiho has nothing right here.
Yeah, but GuMiho's so far into the Protoss territory, he's just going to commit with an attack anyways. Do we have a recall that's going to be inbound here? A lot of probes are going to be killed off.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue. That command center did make it out, by the way, up in the north there for GuMiho. More Stalkers coming up to fight against GuMiho's army. He does split it off into 2 chunks. This chunk, very likely to just die. Yeah, he blinks forward. He will deal with that. Where is the other one?
I think he somehow misclicked it because it should have been in there a little bit sooner. Now, in the blind spot in the main, he can stim and he can attack in from here.
Seems like he let it heal for a moment there. Stims, runs in. And there's that recall that we were waiting for. But as it gets recalled there, maybe he can do some more harassment at the 3rd. Seems like it was maybe even a little bit too much of a recall.
So, I mean, this has been kind of a crazy game here. I mean, both sides really ready to take stabs at each other any moment they think there's an opportunity. But GuMiho's got his 3rd base up. He's going to now have a little bit more push potential. It's mass Stalkers with some sentries to try to dice up the positions of the units. Is GuMiho going to commit here? I'm not so sure it's a wise decision.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not with that army, not when it's tagged especially. Charge is about to finish. We're going to have +1 armor to go with that +1 attack. Of course, GuMiho already on 1-1, getting his armory. So going to continue forward with that. Oh, nice snipe on that Oracle. That's a really nice pick off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He just comes right in here. But a pretty chaotic fight over at the natural. And it does seem like there shouldn't be quite enough for Protoss to actually hold that fight. But he does drive him back.
Ooh. Hey, actually, yeah, not too bad getting some connections there. There are some Zealots trying to harass, and they get 5 SCVs, actually. Really not bad from Trap. That was a nice counter-harassment.
Yeah, with minimal effort, too. Psystorm's inbound, which is going to make these clumps of infantry a lot weaker, and it's going to be a lot harder to actually do any kind of engage in these moments.
Yeah. And honestly, it's something we talk about sometimes. I think Trap has some of the best Psystorm timing of any Protoss, if not the best. So that could be a great moment for him as Psystorm finishes up. I'm not sure if he actually has High Templars, though. It's been such a chaotic game that he might just now be warping in the first few. Yeah, he's going to make an Archon even. So can't really wait for that. Going to try to push this advantage. But GuMiho actually has a lot of supply, and if there's no splash, I think he actually just holds this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there are a couple High Templars here. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, and now I don't think that GuMiho can actually recover his position. A few more storms come down.
Yeah, it's not that big an army.
Yeah, I guess it is a bit thinned out here.
Yeah, the charge lot's coming in, though. Oh, it's like really close. We're right on the edge, but it looks like GuMiho will push it back, losing 16 SCVs. Super
close fight. Both the Archons had no more shields left. All the medevacs had no energy. So, like, that was kind of crazy. But I think that was another overextension there for Trap. I think the Trap is almost too hungry to find an opportunity where maybe delaying some of these moves would help a little bit, because that overextension has caused a huge supply deficit in the army here. It's 84 supply for the army to the 45.
Yeah.
For Protoss, and you got to be careful, man, because when Terran starts to win just a little bit, that damage spike can come up here. Both these guys microing insanely here, but I just don't see enough, and it looks like Trap is out. GG, GuMiho. I'm trying to think of the greatest gummy animal there is. What is it? What is the...
I'm trying to think what there even is for
How
gummy
big do
animals.
they
There's
make?
worms, there's bears. That's it. There's gummy worms and there's gummy bears. There's no other gummy animals. If there are, they're just like, like, oh, look at me, I'm a company that caters to, very weird gummy lovers. I don't know what to call gummy enthusiasts.
The largest gummy candy weighs 1,212 kilograms and was achieved in Iran in January 27th, 2022. All right, that's what he did. He's that.
He's that.
He's the
He's
Iranian
that gummy
gummy.
candy.
Yes, he's that.
Iran.
Guys, we'll be right back. Creator Solar coming up next.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다.
나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫6.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫6.
아침은 라떼 홀리 점심은 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀리
I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다.
나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
아침은 라떼 홀리 점심은 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 공부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 홀리
Today's matchup. Grad, GuMiho. Creator, Solar. Most competitive, 1 versus 1 game.
I'ma need safety. Tell her op can't snake me. Ray gun off safety. My girl so tasty. Tell her it's your world. She want the two-tone spaceship. Blow smoke screen daily, so the stress don't phase me. I'm going, I keep it factual. I'm on sabbatical. I'm out in Central America. I need a break from hysteria. Park like the one with the carousel. I get it lit in your area. I'm locked to the vision, it couldn't be clear. You couldn't pay me to care enough. I dare you to hate me supreme with the sound through the stereo. So turn it up loud when you hearing us. We live and it's good in your area. My mama proud, she tearing up and it's going down. Got your girl aroused by these massive stacks like 100 pounds. Running big laps till the sun is down like 100 miles. Tinted frames on me leaning down. I'm winning now. Been a while, you ain't like me then, but how you like me now? Real one, if I hold you down, I'ma keep it there till we in the ground. Jet black when I paint the town, only blue sheets when they pay me now. Treat it setback like a step back. Wave, I got the game in a vice grip. Way up when the virus clear. All the homies on the flight list. Verbally gifted, take the plot and I twist it. Got it big lit. Sex with the incense, got my mind rents, won't stop, I'm relentless. I'ma need safety. Tell her op can't snake me. Ray gun off safety. My girl so tasty. Tell her it's your world. She want the two-tone spaceship. Blow smoke screen daily, so the stress don't phase me. I'm going, I want a girl for the mouthpiece, so bright that it light on my face. Your shawty just call me a fave, cause she like my character traits. I never stop for a break. I put a lock on the game, I put a stock in my name, but I give a f about the fame. I took a bite of life and it tastes so exquisite, it feel like you do when you look in my pendant. Hopeless romantic, my girl, chin up for the kid, I'm not on no simps. Won't stop to the youngest he dreams, wanna take him from rags to riches. I heard that you claim that you know me, but you ain't the homie, the f is your friendship. I need the loyalty, bag up the royalty, I give a f if you notice me. Ain't nobody holding me, big wave at your shoreline, so they know it's me. Babe boy from the cold seas, nitro with a new pen, go at ISO, tell him don't reach. Ice cold with it, no flip.
Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live 2022 GSL Season 1 Cold Dance.
What's up, everybody? We're back, and I gotta say, man, I am impressed with GuMiho. He looks extremely strong. He's able to do it back and forth. At the same time, I'm worried for the race Protoss.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I'm a little bit worried as well, Tasteless. I don't know if Creator is going to be the hero that we need here, but we'll see. He's going to be going up against Solar. I guess the third strongest Zerg in Korea right now. I mean, I think it's Solar favored, but Creator was showing some pretty good games last year.
I've always got my fingers crossed for Creator here, but, you know, it's tough. Protoss is not winning, at least right now. I mean, who knows? Maybe Trav gets out of this group and he goes all the way to the finals and wins. That would be quite the story, you know? But right now, it's like you know, we're getting through the round of 20 pretty soon here. And, you know, with all due respect to Creator, I just don't think he's the likely guy to get out of this group. I think it's, you know, completely fair analysis for us to have that opinion. But let's see what he's got. I think Solar's a pretty tough opponent to go against. But, you know, every season, Creator turns a new leaf. He comes in here and tries to bring his very best.
Yeah, and I mean, I hope that he brings something special here today against Solar. Of course, Solar had a nice Katowice, played very well. He's just been doing well in general lately, I think, in his games, even though you see he's like a round of 16 guy most of the time. I think his game quality has gone up a bit.
I agree.
Even though I guess the results aren't super reflecting that. We did have that one super term he did quite well in, but...
That many round of 16s, I didn't realize he was that consistently
he's
a round of 16 guy.
It's actually hilarious if you go back for the past 5 years.
Yeah.
He's almost all round of 16s.
Isn't that crazy?
Like
in
almost
my head, though,
every single tournament.
A couple GSL round of 8s, but I guess I'm wrong. So, you know, now we have, you know, round of 20, round of 10, so it's a little bit of a different format. So let's see if he can, you know, make it through this group. But going up against Creator, map 1 on Berlin Grad. Creator versus Solar guys. Second best of 3 starting now.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team MB, Creator.
Looks like we are having a quick little pool here, aren't we, Tasteless?
A little pool. A little fast pool. Yeah, man. You know, Creator. You know, if you guys have watched GSL for a long time, I mean, it's a story I tell quite a bit, but, you know, he's kind of been the most consistent GSL player, I should say, that performs at the lowest. Does that make sense? And so Solar is just going to make 6 slings immediately, and it looks like Creator is, like, looking for the hatchery and hasn't found it. One drone's been sent out to nibble through the minerals in the middle, and, like, this is intended to stop this game immediately with a rush.
Yeah, that hatchery block right there really makes it difficult to make any sort of wall that's going to end up holding this off.
And so Lings are just coming immediately here. And, you know, so much of surviving early on, and we don't talk about this that often because it doesn't become a factor, but we can talk about it now because it is that you have to have the wall up or you could get surrounded by Lings.
Yeah.
You know, and so the idea is, you know, it's not exactly efficient to have a hatchery here, but Protoss can't make the wall in they need to make. And so while this is here, the Lings can come attack the gate on the outside as we see the probes and zealots shimmied over here to the side. Now, this will go one way or the other pretty quickly here. Either Protoss dies immediately or Protoss holds, and there's just not a real viable mid to late game here for the Zerg.
Now look at this. He's actually going to go ahead and run some of these Lings by right now. A shield battery coming up, very importantly, 2 Zealots out.
I feel like Creator might be okay here.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, well, that's huge. He traps the 1 Zealot, and it doesn't get to a... Oh, the battery's not even done. What am I saying?
That is a big pickoff. We'll see if Creator can actually, after the Zealot, perhaps... God, he's making spines tasteless.
Okay, one Adept is coming. And now it's out. The Lings just run right up into the main. And really the whole idea is you're trying to tip the Protoss off balance. They're going to get weak somewhere, whether that be the main or over here at the natural where really all the infrastructure actually is. A Queen is about to come out here as well. This rush is extremely devastating. Curious, I want to say Creator having to juggle on all sides here to try to defend.
And I mean, with these spines finishing up, Tasteless, I think that we are getting towards the end here. I wonder if...
Yeah, no gates.
Oh, God. This is so rough. With the Queen out now as well, he's going to push up to the ramp.
Really good.
Throw down a creep tumor, and, I mean, this is not going to end.
Yeah, well, the fact that the hatchery finished, I think, was really what was the most devastating part of this rush, because then you have the Queen coming, you get the spines you can make. And, I mean, Creator's hanging on here. The problem is that, I mean, that is such a blow to lose, you know, the gate, the core, and the pylon at the nat. that I think this is just a very easy push to get up here. And you can make batteries all day to try to do this, but the momentum Zerg has here should just be too much.
Yeah, he overcharges and fights outside of its range, unfortunately. Not a lot of options left here. He does get a surround on the Queen, which is kind of nice. But his probe count has dropped significantly, 13 against 10 workers right now, and up comes the creep crawler, or the spine crawler here.
You almost called it a creep crawler, which is not
I
a
know.
bad name for it either. So, I mean, yeah, this is pretty much done. Something tells me this one adept can't beat all this. And, you know, I think that we see Solar here going for a rush. You know, Creator is known to tilt easily, and I think this is kind of by design here from Solar to kind of sweep the rug out from under him in game one and probably be well positioned mentality-wise going into game two.
Yeah, his mental might get exploded here. Who knows?
Mentality might be exploded, Artosis.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be it, though. GG is called. And Solar takes game number 1.
Well, that was rough for Creator. That's that's never how you want to lose in a series, or certainly a group.
Yeah. That's a rough game. You're getting heavily cheesed here in map number 1, and we'll see if you can kind of keep it together and battle back.
That's the big question. Is, how is Creator going to come in here in the next game? And we don't really know what Solar's going to do either. I do think that is a build targeted to Creator from Solar. He's like, oh, I know, this guy gets on edge very easily. Let me go for a Ling Rush with a hatchery block. It's a frustrating way to lose, you know?
Yeah, of course. And, you're trying so hard to hold it. You're actually microing well against the Lings and everything, getting Adept out, but those spines make it so difficult indeed. We're going to go to Hardwire for set 2. See if Protoss is able to pick up a map.
Well, it's not looking good right now, Artosis. Right now, Solar up 1-0 versus Creator.
2022
Keep on moving, guys. Can Creator
GSL
come back, or
Season
is Solar
1.
going to close this out?
Team MB, Creator. Kaiji Gaming, Solar.
I wouldn't put it past Solar to do the same thing twice, but he's not in this game, is to point this out.
Yeah, the probe just misses a hatchery block there, so a little bit sad for Creator. We'll come up here and do some light harassment here on the mineral patches. But not the best start already even here in game number 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man. Solar's such a strong player.
Yeah.
And I think very, always bringing his very best here. And that's a rough loss. Now, Creator, again, it's funny, like, there's moments where he looks really good, but it falls apart. You know what I mean? And I feel like, everybody's kind of onto this now. I mean, it's something I always mention in the casting, and it happens in all the games, too, for the most part,
Yeah.
So, this is another moment that we've seen before, but it's an opportunity for him to kind of brush it off and come in here and try to bring his best.
Yeah. I kind of feel for him, and I feel for Trap, where in game 1, both games, they just got, like, cheesed out immediately. So it's like whatever you have planned is not working already. And I can't help but to think, Tasteless, if the Void Ray built 50 seconds quicker, they would have both won those games.
I mean, it's so funny, like, when you think of how much prep you put into, like, a GSL group, and how much you've ironed over all the little wrinkles in your play. You've thought about, okay, when it's time to take my fourth, I'm going to look for this. You're watching the clock. Okay, drops could come in here and here. We got to tick that off. You're practicing over and over and over again. And you're going over every scenario. And then a crazy rush comes in and completely, all your planning is now to the side here. It's, can you deal with this these few minutes of chaos and come back into the game. And it's something that pros leverage very well in competitive formats.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's also funny because at the highest level, you can't just cheese every game. You can have kind of obtuse play very often, but it can't be the same thing. So you want to try to mix it in and out. And that's why we have a best of 3 or a best of 5 or a best of 7 in the finals, for instance, because we want to see a lot of different games of StarCraft, and it's not going to be a game of hard counter in here. But it's a good way to get a win, man.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not a bad plan to mix in things like that. And, you know, they can backfire as well. Your opponent just like slaps it down, you're definitely going to be very far behind.
Sure.
Now, Void Array popping out here, going to kill off that Overlord very, very quickly. Overlord does see that an Oracle is on the way, but we'll see if he continues Stargate production. That's kind of the big question, I think.
Now, it's going to be the third base here. The Void Ray is basically meant to cover this. There's no way to commit onto anything of value with the Void Ray here. Even if you get a bunch of Lings, you know, as long as they have the right setup, it's not going to kill anything off. And we've talked about this before, but, you know, we don't know if it's going to be a commitment to air or not. It doesn't look like it is in this case. I know the Void Ray has been changed stats-wise.
Second
there it
Stargate.
is. Okay.
Second Stargate.
I was going to say, you know, sometimes you see people make a Void Ray, and then they just throw down like a bunch of gates and do a timing. And then other times we do see people go into more Stargates, sometimes go into Void Rays, sometimes carriers.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of players are still choosing to do these Void Array openers, which kind of speaks to their strength a little bit. That these guys still think that it's a reasonable way to go about the game, and I don't think they're wrong, really, right? Like, the scariest thing would be if you could do like one of these queen walks across the map, but obviously you can't transfuse off creep anymore. Doesn't stop DRG, but stops most Zergs from doing it. And, you know, you're still going to be pretty safe, but is he going to just go directly into carriers, or is he going to switch this up into that ground? I mean, it looks from the build he's doing right now, maybe he'll go Disruptor into carrier.
It could be, certainly, with the Robo inbound here like that. And, you know, we've seen a lot of experimentation with Protoss tech. It's kind of crazy when you think of all the different tech setups we've had. But this is one that appears to be set up to really kind of draw the game out and try to combat the Zerg on more of a, you know, map control level and on a tech level, you know, unlike, for instance, when we see Glaives come down and we go, okay, they're going to try to actually do some kind of back-breaking attack and win the game there. And, you know, I think one of the reasons why builds like this seem to still be very popular now is because the Queen can't be as easily utilized off of creep. That being said, I feel like, okay, I like that idea, but it doesn't seem like Zergs have had that much of a hard time with it. Like, you can still basically make that happen. I actually think the thing that makes Zerg the strongest in the game is just creep.
Yeah.
And the fact that
creep in all the best units.
Creep in all the best units. Well, creep and all the best units together, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Them all moving quickly on that. But also, like, you know, you have vision.
Let's not forget Larva and how many units they can produce out of a hatchery.
But truly, just being able to see that much of the map on your side, it's like very hard to be surprised. You know, if you look at the way games go against a Zerg in general, when compared like a PvT, where they're both oftentimes very much in the dark, there's a lot more surprises there. Yeah, I was kind of on a tangent there, but basically, yeah, this is him going into like a late game setup. And keep in mind, top to bottom, it's a pretty long travel distance. Distance. So on both sides, they should be able to start to acquire more and more bases with ease, I think.
Yeah, and they definitely are going for that right now. Now, there is a Spire about to finish. Let's see what he ends up making. Like, do you think we're going to see a big group of Mutas? Is he just going to go directly into Corruptors here? Maybe just getting it for safety's sake? Okay, +1 carapace and going for Corruptors. But, you know, Creator got a scout off on that and actually blindly starts Phoenix range, which I actually really, really like.
Yeah,
a lot of the losses we've seen from Protoss lately have been to Mutas. And if you have that range, Mutas are just like super shut down.
Yeah, and especially getting it before the Mutas are even a factor, instead of like, you know, the emergency has been pulled and now it's like, okay, what is going on? You know, I guess I got to get range and try to deal with that, but it's already too late oftentimes at that point in time. I think that happened in the last group we casted, actually.
Yeah, yeah, and actually he doesn't continue on too many Phoenixes. He has a few. And the Overseer came and saw him, and he stopped. He's going into carriers now, but I like how Creator is playing this, honestly. I think he's playing a really nice game. Like, especially the blind, well, it's not exactly blind, but just getting the Phoenix range. It's not that expensive, and it literally just makes it so mutas can't kill you.
Yeah,
so
it
really
negates
nice.
that unit for the most part. So it's been a much slower game, quite the opposite of what we had in game 1. Zerg's going to be opening up this side of the map. Solar not trying to get too far ahead in bases, really just focused on unit development right now and getting the upgrades and what he needs out instead of trying to gobble up a bunch of bases and then kind of max out later on. And he's basically tearing open every part of the map he can so that his army can circulate in any direction that he wants.
You don't really see that every day, do you? All the Corruptors just killing on the rocks.
Yeah. It's actually funny. It's like you can almost forget that they can do that. You know what I mean? You normally see, like, after all the air units die, it's like, well, they're going to go to all the Nexuses and just kill that off now here.
It's so funny watching those Corruptors just kind of fly around, just looking to pick off anything in the air right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god. There's just nothing here, and he's going to unpower so many buildings.
That's kind of crazy. It goes to show you why it's so important to have a door for Protoss. But,
I know.
Something there to block that off.
That's how we're going to fix this game, is we're finally going to get the Protoss door.
Yeah.
Right, the Corruptors, I mean, they started fighting these Voids. The Voids get turned on. They do turn around. Couple Stalkers out here as well. Very small road Ravage army. Kind of like a really funny looking battle, isn't it? Bunch of air units fighting each other, and then just like the drag, like ground units are going to war because, like, why not?
Yeah. It's gonna just continue to intensify here in the skies. He's got to avoid that Archon, and the Lings slip through. And I'm starting to feel like there's just enough tactical victories here, regardless of unit composition. Where I'm getting a little bit worried here for Creator, because basically Solar powered up, and now he's got this engine that can produce and continue to hammer this over and over again. And we're not watching it on screen now, but there are Lings tearing up this natural base here.
Yeah. Oh, man. I hope he does not kill too much. Not too many probes going down. Okay, it looks like some Zealot Warpins will help to clean that up. The worker count is actually still very healthy for Creator, so that's quite nice. He's made another command center during all this, or, well, I guess a Nexus, technically, but...
Queens are on the move here. Was there an Overlord there? He dropped Creep to try to heal up here.
See. And with a few additional Archons in here, it's a lot harder for the Corruptors to actually get on top of these Voids. But the Void's not positioning himself particularly well.
Well, yeah, he basically put those Corruptors right over the spot where they could not be hit. And I think now this game is going to snowball, because the Void Rays are really the big investment of the game. I mean, we see a sparse amount of ground units here, but I think at this point in time, it's going to be really, really tough for Creator to recover here. We do see him fend this off a little bit. So he's going to ooze down these buildings.
He's going to ooze something down. A couple Stalkers being warped in. He's getting Blink right now. Normally you want to get that to be able to counter some of these like heavy Corruptor plays. Greater Spire is on the way, and when that finishes, that's going to give a lot more flexibility here to Solar. +1 air weapons is not even done here for Protoss.
Oh, you're
it's been
right.
A funny thing to
see.
see.
I'm glad you noticed that. I wasn't even going to look for something like that.
Like if you're going to Stargate, I think you just need to get it.
Oh, for sure.
Obviously, if you're like trying to hide it, that's one thing, but it's a pretty important upgrade. Some Roaches trying to do a little bit of a counter, just walking by.
Yeah.
No door. No door.
Oh my God, the 2 Archons. That's a big loss.
Yeah, it's starting to fall apart a little bit here for Creator. Not bad engagements right there.
Good disruptor shot.
Yeah. And don't forget, he does have that bottom right base. So this is actually like still a very healthy economy for Creator, even though his fighting hasn't been the greatest. And some of these counter run buys have been pretty decent.
I mean, it is getting to the point here where like Creator isn't dead yet. Oh, Broodlord's coming in here. Oh, this actually could change everything then. But you need to have something to protect them on the ground. I thought that maybe Creator was going to get to the point where Zerg would have to back up and start taking bases, but with a Broodlord push inbound here, it's going to get a lot harder. And now you suddenly realize how helpful those Void Rays would have been if they were still in mass.
Yeah, some Tempests are coming out, so the Tempest is definitely going to be very helpful, but you gotta protect them. You gotta keep them alive here. And with the Vipers out, it makes it a lot harder. Broodlord's starting to push through everything. There's a lot of Blink Stalkers, so I think there's still a chance that he can just bust this army. Okay, that's a great Disruptor hit right there.
Yeah, really good flank here from the Protoss, and all the Stalkers underneath all the Broodlords, and I'm starting to think the Creator can actually take this, man. I see, what, 1 or 2 more Broodlords remaining here?
Yeah, he's going to clear those all out very quickly now.
Wow.
There is a lot of creep over here, and I don't see anything to really detect that, but he's going to blink forward. Chasey's down a little bit, and just Lings and Roaches being made, which, you know, obviously, you know, we're 14 minutes in, and Lings and Roaches, like Lings with no upgrades whatsoever, are not going to do that well. Look at that, catches the Broodlords while they're trying to morph.
Yeah.
Creator's put out a nice game. Look at the supply differential right now.
This is actually a pretty cool story, man. It looks like he's going to keep being able to push across here. He gets right under those Brutes again and gets a deny. It's going to looking to me, man, like it's going to be a Protoss win here.
Yeah.
If Solar can't get control of this game pretty quickly here, I mean, we see the Corruptors winning some of the fights in the air, but there's just too much here on the ground.
Dude, his Disruptor hit, instead of hitting the Zerg army, just killed 5 Zealots. That's so painful. He actually would have wiped this so easily if that hadn't happened. I guess he's still going to. Not much supply left here for Zerg. More and more Stalkers coming over. A great way to try to snowball this game. 91 probes right now even. Some good macro here out of Creator.
Great Disruptor shots here too. And you know, we don't see that many Broodlord pushes, and I think we're seeing why. You know, it's too easy to throw the game that way. Creator takes one game, it's tied up 1-1, and I'll tell you what, man, that was a really good performance by him. He had some shaky parts there in the middle, but he basically kept it together, fought back hard, and now it's, you know, if he wins the next one, he goes on to the winner's match.
Well, that would be really exciting, actually. This is the Protoss that I did not expect to beat his first round opponent. You know, Solar is a really strong Zerg, but that was very well played from Creator. I think he made a lot of great choices throughout. It was a little touch and go there for a bit. The Corruptors were battling pretty well. The Archons, yeah, there were some wasteful moments with those.
Yeah.
But overall, he held on tight, and the Blink Stalker counterplay did a fantastic job.
Well, now we go to the final map between these two. It's going to be on Blackburn. Solar won his first game with an insane cheese. Creator fought back in game 2 with a crazy macro game. And now we settle it on game 3. Who do you think it's going to be, man?
Solar.
Solar.
Although that game was really well done from Creator.
Yeah, I feel like Solar is maybe overestimating his ability here. I think he still needs to respect Creator and realize, okay, Creator is going to be able to fight back. And I think that really was indicated with the Broodlords there. You don't need to go for Broods in a situation like that. I think it's okay to back up and keep taking the map and, I don't know, go for Nidus play, go for something where you can get him out of position. You don't have to hit him head on.
Okay.
Anyways, guys, Blackburn is loading up. Then the winner goes on to face off against GuMiho in the winner's match.
2022 GSL Season 1.
Oh. Pylon right in the middle of the map.
Ooh, I like it.
So no intros for this cast. We're going to see Creator go full-on Solar Game 1 in Game 3. And it looks like it's going to be Hatchery first. And this
that's
is
what Creator wants to hit for sure.
Yeah, this is the classic 2-gate from, like, you know, the first year of StarCraft 1 before Brood War.
And a Forge.
And a Forge.
Wow.
The classic cannon rush from StarCraft 1 before Brood War.
Yeah, two-gate cannon. That's...
Yeah.
All right, let's see how this goes down. Probe comes in for the scout. Drone immediately on top of that probe. Even checking the side of his base. So he's wondering if something fishy's going on, that's for sure. Solar being careful. I like keeping the drone on the probe.
So 2 Zealots coming. Keep in mind, the Overlord isn't actually over to Creator's base yet, so there's no sign that this is coming. Well, now there is with the pylon, but 2 Zealots. I don't think we've ever casted this rush in GSL.
No, I don't think exactly this one. I do remember from a very long time ago some 1-gate cannon rushes. This is a bit different, though. And look at this, a cannon going down. There are 6 slings being started, but with 2 Zealots, you should not overextend these. He needs to protect the cannon. The number one thing here, I think, is making sure that your cannons warp in at high health. And yeah, look at this, 10 lings being made. I'm surprised he doesn't start spines, but maybe he feels like it just has to be a full attack.
Yeah, maybe he thinks he needs the drones to help fight, and if they're making spines, it's like,
yeah, this
not going to be enough.
Oh my god.
I mean, the cannon finishes. There's another one making here.
Dude, this is a win right here.
Yeah, this is over.
Creator, all right.
GG, okay.
Protoss
Let's go.
is favored against Serve.
What are you talking about? Protoss can't win.
Creator has to be feeling
All you got to do is knock
fantastic.
it in the simulator and you're fine. And look at this Solar kind of getting a taste of his own medicine here from game 1.
Dude, this is the opposite of what I thought we were going to see.
Yeah.
I literally thought it would be Solar trapped for the first spot, but here it is, GuMiho versus Creator. Either Solar or Trap will be the first out of the group.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Creator giving hope for Protoss. He won one with Cheese. He won a macro game. And now he has to go up against GuMiho, which is coming up next, guys. We got a quick commercial break. Stick around. We'll see you soon.
I'll live forever. It's now or never. And when it's live or die, I'll live forever. Hey, yeah.
Seagulls flying overhead, and owls down in the sand. Little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. But last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. And I miss the salt in my hair, and I miss your emerald stare. And I wish you were still here in your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다.
나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫6.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫6.
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 홀리
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다.
나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫6.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫6.
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 홀리
아무래도 좀 오랜만에 오프라인 대회여가지고 긴장도 많이 됐고 좀 여러 가지로 너무 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
IM에서 잘하자 해서 갔는데 제 생각처럼 잘 풀리진 않았던 것 같아요.
뭐 없었어요. 제가 준비한 거에 대한 후회가 없었기 때문에. 욕심이 생기다 보니 이제 스트레스도 많이 받고 그게 경기에서 드러나고 그랬던 것 같아요, 하반기에는.
메타, 패턴 이런 것들은 파악은 진작 했는데 이제 그거를 적응하고 적용하는 게 쉽지가 않죠, 옛날보다는. 디테일한 것들도 되게 많이 발달돼 있어서 어려움을 겪는 것 같아요.
올해는 진짜 다를 것 같아요. 왜냐면 지금까지 해왔던 연습 방식이랑 아예 다르게 하고 있기 때문에 그래도 좀 다르지 않을까라는 기대를 걸고 있어요.
제가 10강 5인 1조 방식에 자신이 있어가지고 그룹 스테이지만 좀 잘 넘기면 6강까지도 충분히 갈 수 있을 것 같아요. 제가 잘하면은 이제 뭐 한 8강, 4강 정도는 가겠고 이제 4강 정도 가면 잘하는 선수들끼리 남으니까 종족의 한계 때문에 이제 4강 정도에서 이제 못 이기겠죠? 준우승이라도 해야 되는데
사실 그렇게 낙관적으로 생각하고 있진 않아요. GSL 예선도 되게 힘들게 뚫은 느낌이라서 그냥 최대한 할 수 있는 노력은 해보고 있습니다, 지금도.
제가 올해 잘할 수 있을까요? 제대로 준비되었다는 가정하에 그렇지 않다면 꿈도 꾸지 마라. 저도 항상 느끼는 거지만 진짜 준비돼 있는 자한테만 또 오는 거니까요.
제가 지금 청약 당첨돼서 심사 중인데 통과할 수 있을까요? 현실적으로 생각해라. 뭔가 안 될 것 같아요. 불안하네요. 언젠간 되겠죠.
우승하고 싶은데 가능할까요? 등잔 밑이 어둡다? 뭔가 좋은 느낌은 아니네요. 근데 우승이란 건 원래 약간 꿈 같은 그런 거기 때문에 약간 좋지 않은 글귀가 나왔다고 해도 별로 실망하거나 그러진 않는 것 같아요. 포기하지 않는 게 과연 옳은 걸까? 최선의 결정을 내리기 위해서는 침착해라. 제 생각이랑은 좀 비슷하네요. 포기하기보다는 좀 더 한번 침착하게 생각해봐라. 약간 이런 의미로 받아들이면 되겠죠?
올 한 해 제가 잘 풀릴까요? 답은 다른 모습으로 나타날지도. 뭐 대회 성적만 제가 원하는 대로 안 나오더라도 그냥 과정을 즐기면 뭐 될 것 같아요. 토스가 이대로 괜찮을까요? 이번에는 흡족하지 않을지도. 이 책 심상치 않은데요? 뭔가 있는 것 같은데요?
Today's matchup. Grad, GuMiho. Creator, Solar. Most competitive, 1 versus 1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live. 2022 GSL Season 1 Code S.
All right, welcome back. It is Upside Down and Backwards World. We have Creator versus GuMiho in the winners match. Definitely the players that we were kind of thinking were the underdogs here, which of course means later on we're going to have Trap versus Solar in the losers match. And honestly, I could see either of these players advancing. I really can. I think that GuMiho did play well against Trap. Creator's a different Protoss. He got to see those games, you know? And
yeah,
I mean, when Creator plays well, he's actually a very good Protoss player. It's just he's been so emotional and had so many tough games over the years that we forget that he actually is a very, very good player.
Yeah, and I think the planning for that third build was very smart. You know, I didn't think he was going to do something cheesy like that,
yeah,
but completely blindsided Solar, and kind of weirdly enough, it's Solar versus Trap in the losers match. That's crazy. One of those guys is going to eliminate the other one. But now we've got GuMiho, who's back, who's looking extremely strong against Protoss, going up against Creator, who right now is having one of his best GSL days so far.
Yeah. Creator can win this group, man. That's a big moment for him. It's probably the best moment he's had in a couple years.
In a long time, no doubt. But yeah, GuMiho seems to have a very good handle on Protoss and a very different way of playing the game. So let's see how these two players open up.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team MB, Creator. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Oh, okay, already a probe out on the map.
Yeah. All right.
I was going to say, is he going to make a pylon or not? So it's...
Yeah, this is going to be a 2-gate.
Yep. So one in the main, another one over here, right outside the entrance.
Look at their online score, Tasteless, 30 and 30. I know this one isn't online, but... Well, everything is because StarCraft 2 doesn't have land. But...
That's funny.
But yeah, no, this is a nice aggressive build coming out of Creator. I like it. I like it. And look at this command center, just right on location. And this is going to be something that his build is actually going to be quite good against.
Yeah, I mean, when you're Protoss and you're doing this, and you see the command center being made, you know you're in very good shape in that moment.
Mm-hmm. Dude, like, who thought Creator might be the savior of Protoss this season? He might be the reason that we don't get a patch, Tasteless.
This is a story of biblical proportions if he actually moves on here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, now hold on.
Oh, he's going to scout it?
Oh, my God.
You kidding me?
Being too much of a clicky gamer.
Too much.
Just should have committed.
Oh.
He finds it anyways. But honestly, like, you only need to tip the alarms, you know, a few seconds early back at home to try to get ready for something like this. And so he started the bunker. Dude, I don't know, man. You know, maybe you should have let that probe die. I don't know.
That, you know what? Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Well, he's got another phase to this, so I guess not. But like, I see what you were saying with that too. That there's merit there, Tasteless.
Well, now that the bunker is going to finish like perfectly in time, and I mean, you can't really do that much with the Zealot and the Stalker. I mean,
but
you could
he
see
has Plan B, Tasteless, the other proxy pylon.
Yeah, but what is he going to do? Make a Stargate and then get an Oracle and then kill some stuff?
I think you.
And then
I bet you
lose the game later.
Robo, I think actually.
Oh, Robo. Okay. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. He's like, yeah, well, I wanted a spot for Medivacs.
It's a great location.
This is a funny thing when Protoss is cheesing like this, like doing a lot of crazy things at once, and it's all getting found, and you're kind of trying to play your hand the best you can, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he's not going to use that pylon now, and he's making a Twilight Council back at home.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough situation, there's no question. He actually finishes the shade. Oh, okay. Not a huge fan of that move, but okay.
Not a fan of it?
Not a fan. I wouldn't subscribe to that move's newsletter.
Dark Shrine. Where's it being made, though?
I think it's at the proxy pylon, maybe?
Yeah.
So he has 2 proxy gates on either side.
Now, I just
And
want
he's
to point
getting
out.
charge. Okay.
The SC. Oh, okay. I was about to say, if the SCV just goes up and sees that there's nothing being made out of there, it's like, all right.
But he's got to be thinking, like, this could be DT. There's proxy pylons everywhere.
I actually think creators handled this pretty well, considering that, like, 3 or 4 things in consecutive order have gone wrong.
Yeah.
You know. Robo. And there's the classic GuMiho unit, the Cyclone.
Yeah, that is
moving
that's
out.
a pretty GuMiho-ish unit.
Yeah, nothing is more GuMiho than the Cyclone.
I would go as far as to say the Thor is a little bit more GuMiho-ish, especially if it's in a medevac.
Yeah,
a Thor
Thor
hanging
with
from
a medevac.
nothing is more
Thor
GuMiho
in
than
fetal
that.
position hanging on a medevac.
In fact, when a Thor like lifts its legs up on the medevac, you can see its ankle tattoo and it's GuMiho's face.
Its ankle tattoo. It's right above the barbed wire that goes around the ankle.
It's like a butterfly, but it's it's GuMiho.
So the turret's going to finish here. I mean, I think this rush is almost finished in its failure.
Yeah, I mean, a turret's up. He sees the DT.
Now, I mean, the game will go on, but I mean, basically the Protoss has exhausted all the rest of the options to try to have some kind of success here.
Yeah, no, it's a bad position, but I think it's still a little bit playable. Like, if he blocks everything for the next couple minutes, he has a chance. I think you go Disruptor here, by the way. I think it's too soft if you go Colossus. We talked about this the other day. I like that. I like the turnaround. He was gun engaged.
Yeah,
he's like,
like,
well, I
this
can
is
kill
a
these
bad
quickly.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah, then
Like-
the scan comes out and you lose 2 DTs
Yeah.
and all that.
He's like, I can kill 3 Marines maybe if he's not fast. And then, So Protoss takes the 3rd. But again, you know, not a comfortable trip into the mid game here for Creator.
No, but he's getting his 3rd Nexus. He is getting charged once again. That was a fake charge before. It's a Colossus. Well, remember we saw something somewhat similar against Bjorn, and the big thing that we talked about is how, you know, in a situation like this where you're going for DT and it's not really doing very much,
right?
If Terran brings all their units together and does one big attack as opposed to sending units off in different directions, there's just not a very big army for Protoss. Now look, he's got 2 Archons. He's definitely got a bigger army than what we saw from, what was it, Nightmare?
Right.
But it's not a very big army, so I think that there's definitely potential. Now, is one medevac flying around and it is being chased, and this could allow him to get into a good position with his main army.
A lot of times this is all Terran needs to get into a very good spot to start the push is, you know, you make them chase this, you know, medevac full of units. And now he's going to be able to siege up very close and probably even cut the 2nd and 3rd base in half here. I mean, at least unit movement between the 2.
Yeah, some nice micro right there. The siege tank hits going off pretty well. Actually trying to pick off some buildings there in the main base as well. Ooh, the Archon's coming out. He has to be careful with these Marines. You don't want to be wasting these, and that's an overcharge. I think he should just pull back against that. I don't see any real reason to fight during that, but okay. He's going to do that, and yeah, GuMiho doing a pretty darn good job here.
Yeah, right now, Creator barely hanging on. It looks like he's going to clean up that drop in the main. Is this an overextension by Terran? Good pickup by Creator there. Now, okay, GuMiho is going to commit more. I was going to say, are these tanks going to turn around or not? In fact, he's got a 3rd tank that's going to come and merge with these 2.
Yeah, there's multiple Colossi, though. Sees that DT as he scans. The DT gets pulled back very nicely here from Creator. Shield batteries being picked off, which is actually a great way to deal with them. Now we're up to 3 Colossi. No Archons. You can see the actual Gateway army's pretty small, but it might just be enough to push him back.
Yeah, that was almost more than enough. You could see.
Nicely done.
Gumi almost overestimated his position there, and then realizes, oh, actually, I need to ditch the 3 tanks now before I lose everything that's over here. And who knows, man? Maybe Creator is going to be able to navigate this one to a victory.
Well, I like his position more than GuMiho's right now.
Me
now
too.
that he held it, yeah. Like, he did take some damage during there, so it's not like I don't think GuMiho is lost. But GuMiho's sitting here playing, like, Marine only. He's getting concussive shells, so at least that tells us he knows that the Marauder exists. And... yeah, let's see.
Okay, so we've got another drop coming up in here towards the main, but already Creator has units there to try to help defend. And what's been a pretty close game here. I mean, it's 3 base to 3 base. Creator is clearly not comfortable taking it forth, at least just yet. But the DT coming in here, and there's going to be a lot more DT usage with the Blink. That'll become more difficult for the Terran to deal with the longer the game goes on.
Look how annoying that is. The Terran units have their +1 armor, and the DT doesn't have its +1 attack, so it's 2-shotting SCVs.
Yeah.
That's like... DT's 2-shotting a worker. It's just... ugh.
Takes a long time to kill anything. Now, look at this. Terran takes the 9 o'clock spot on the minimap. I feel like we never see that, like in expanding in this direction.
We don't ever see that. You're definitely right.
GuMiho is such a different player when he's in the game.
Yeah.
And you can see that even now. Like, he just, the whole ebb and flow of everything is different.
Look at this setup, and he has a good amount of Vikings to go with this. This is a funny-looking attack, but it actually looks really, really good.
Yeah, he's set up a pretty complicated spot for Creator to untangle.
Yeah.
And Creator, I don't know what he wants to do. It almost seems like he wants to just go for a counterattack. I'm not sure how effective this is. It does seem like GuMiho has a pretty superior amount of supply. The problem is that this army hasn't even done damage yet. It's still moving all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, this is kind of funny, isn't it? The Vikings come out and target that prism. It does get pulled back. The Colossi taking a while to get up onto the front lines. The Zealots mostly die before they get there. And Creator, oh my god, he's under attack everywhere now. GuMiho going to jump into the natural here.
No, this is better for GuMiho for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just starting to do so much damage over on this side. And if he just gets in the main, it doesn't matter how much more Protoss is going to mine out. Terran can kind of hunker down on the 2 bases, and I don't think that what Creator has down there is actually enough to really hack and saw their way through the 2nd base into the main. So
yeah.
I think we're almost finished with game 1, and it should be a victory here for GuMiho.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. The probes just continuing to be massacred here, unfortunately. Just not a lot left over for Creator. Oh, that's too bad. I felt like he was in a decent position. That was a good attack from GuMiho, though. It was like so difficult to deal with. Really great positioning.
Oh my god, these Vikings doing so much damage. There's just not enough to fight it right now.
We're just going to see GG, I think.
Yeah, this should be over.
I think at this point, it's...
I don't think there's a functional gateway in the game right now.
You might be right. He's making a few at his 3rd, but that's not a good position to be in. He's withdrawn some of his army, but GuMiho just has way more. Look at this medevac count. It's like really high. 6 medevacs right now.
Yeah, he's in very good shape. Weirdly, we're going to see the Protoss kind of take this base further out. But again, we're not sure about the infrastructure and what he can do with it. He pretty much lost all the tech buildings he had between that attack and the main. It does seem like Creator might have enough that GuMiho needs to be careful to not overextend and to not throw this situation, because I think clearly this is an advantageous position for GuMiho as long as he can play it out safely. He's going to inch in even further.
Yeah, he's going to take out this +2 attack, and Creator really doesn't have anything going on. He's down 30 army supply and 20+ probes.
He's going to have those 3 gates finished, but it's like, how much is this really going to help?
Yeah,
Not even all of the Terran army is here to defend, by the way. A good amount of the Marines are actually fighting the pylon north of this. So Creator might actually kill off more than I think he was technically supposed to kill here.
His overcharge actually did amazingly well. He was trying to take out the Dark Shrine. Unfortunately, that got picked off as well. GuMiho going to boost out with what he's got left.
Yeah, the ruins of the main base is all he's going to see back in there. Oh my god, I didn't realize Terran took this base at the top left on the minimap.
he was like, oh, Tasteless likes me taking 9. What about 10?
Yeah. Tasteless, I can go all the way to the top left before I win this game.
It's going to expand to the empty geysers in Creator's main pretty soon here.
Well, the funny thing is Protoss isn't looking there. And it's just in a weird enough spot where I don't think that, oh, well, hold on.
What if you lure him there, though?
Yeah, what if you're like,
but you're
whoa.
luring him into a planetary.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, you think you're okay? SCVs can repair this.
Well, I think Creator might just GG here. This
is getting
really, I mean, he's been dead a while, but you don't understand when he has a standing army that he wants to keep fighting.
Yeah.
It was well executed from GuMiho. I think that attack was super cool with the way he had the tank sieged up, and then he had so much damage output because his army, it looks very weak against Colossus tech because it's almost pure Marine and then a few tanks, but then he also had those Vikings there. So I think Creator looked at that and said, this is not going to clean up well, and with that many medevacs, if you bring all of your army to one side, the medevacs will likely pick up a bunch of units and go into the main, so then you kill the tanks, but you lose your main. So I think that GuMiho set up a very difficult to engage push there into the main base of Creator, and Creator, he went for the counterattack, like with half of his army. It was a strange choice, and GuMiho really jumped on him when he realized what was going on.
So we go to game 2. I mean, Creator did look very strong in that game. GuMiho had these moments he overextended. I really chalk most of that up to the position GuMiho got, where he had the tanks on the low ground and the infantry being dropped off into the main, and it was like Creator didn't know what to do, so he kind of just attacked to the other side of the map.
Yeah,
it set up a base trade that GuMiho came out ahead. But, you know, I don't think we're going to have a game that will, you know, be like that last one. So let's see what Creator's got as we go into game 2.
Yeah, he's playing well today. So I'm still giving him chances here. GuMiho, though, playing very, very well, in good shape right now. Looking to advance in first place. It will be our 4th Terran if he makes it.
Would be so cool, man. But let's see, man. Creator, you know, he already beat Solar, and GuMiho had to do a lot more work in that game than he did against Trap, to be totally honest. So he's not out of this yet. Roughneck, map 2, go.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team MB, Creator.
You know, it's funny, I almost forgot that he went for that double gate build in that game. Gate in his main and proxy game.
Yeah.
It's
weird start.
It's like so much of the later part was really about, like, you know, the attacks from GuMiho and whether or not Creator was comfortable fighting them. It's easy to forget how we actually got there.
Yeah.
This time, GuMiho is making a barracks that appears to be like a Macarax.
Yeah,
Macarax. So, you know, this isn't going to be anything cheesy, but it might look like it if you're a Protoss who scouts the Terran pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's changing his play up enough, and he's done enough aggression that I think as Creator you have to take it quite seriously. Maybe you find it quickly, maybe you don't. But definitely you got to think about that. Go ahead, throw down his Nexus nice and quickly. That was a good first game. I really enjoyed that. Like, it was a very strong hold from Creator, the first hold, you know? Like, he played that really well, and then he had a good Colossus count. Like, he bought a lot of time. He made like 4 to 5 batteries to hold that, and it was just right. The Archons helped a lot as well. I gotta say, I really am impressed with the Creator today. I think he's playing really nicely.
I agree. And he also seems to be very calm.
Yeah. Like, even when he gets cheesed out, he's playing well.
Calm is not even the right word. He has a very good attitude. We've seen him rage before, but like today, he's like, he looks kind of...
He's more collected today.
He's collected. You can see the adrenaline's going, but he's harnessing it in a good way.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Oh, it's important for emotional players to kind of figure that out.
And it's funny, you know, there are good players who are not emotional at all, and there are good players that are very emotional.
Yeah.
Same is true for bad as well.
Like Beyond, very emotional. MKP,
exactly.
Always very emotional. Innovation, Robot. You know, there is the big range of that.
Yeah.
So, and Creator definitely on that emotional end.
So in this game, looks like we're going to set up for a quick drop. What are you laughing at?
No, I was just I was trying to. I was going through my head like, who's emotional, who's not. And I was like, okay, who have I seen cry? And then I'm like, would I ever see Innovation cry? I'm like, no, I'd have to twist his arm like really badly. Oh, it hurts, you know, like that's the only way.
Innovation is super like, yep, just happy to be here.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, this is my job. This is how I make money.
Yeah. I get my
wait.
third command center up and I start to push.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to get
After
out
the
of
game's
military,
done,
man.
the check comes a month later.
Yeah. Look at this, a cloak opener against Phoenix.
Now this is funny. And by the way, GuMiho, talk about a range of play here. Man, I mean, we've only seen his TVP, and that might be all we see today. He might 2-0 this and move out with 4 extremely different Terran vs. Protoss games.
I gotta say that the cloak has potential here. Because yes, it's a Phoenix opener, but when you go Phoenix opener, you don't really have any detection. So, yeah, let's see. He is making a robo, so it doesn't take that long to get an observer out. See if he gets any batteries. Of course, if GuMiho waits for 2, is he waiting for 2 to go? I think he is.
Yeah, I think so. Nope, he's not.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right. It's going across, so he'll probably just attack. But if you wait for 2 and they went battery, it's devastating.
Yeah, I mean, you just get the one-shot stuff. No batteries that fast, Artosis.
No batteries.
No batteries that fast.
Overcharged batteries almost bring things back from the dead, but not quite.
Samsung has not made a battery that powerful yet. So we don't see this that often, by the way, guys.
No, this is super rare.
If you've watched GSL for a long time, then you saw it in the past, but this is not. And you know what? I'm not that surprised.
Yeah, that is a great opener now for Creator. The fact that he had that observer pop out, he saw this coming, he got into position, knocked it out, lost no probes. He's getting his 3rd Nexus. You just have to be happy with this as Creator. But GuMiho has been like, he's been on top of it. He's been playing off-brand, like that is his brand. His brand is so off-brand that it's almost too on-brand.
Nice. So, I mean, look, the, you know, one of the early parts of the build completely backfired. I mean, when you send a Banshee out, especially in this matchup, like, you need to get kills.
Yeah.
You need to take some units out. You can't just, like, lose and be like, ah, that's too bad. I bought that thing, and then I bought an expensive upgrade for it, and it did literally nothing. So hopefully this Banshee can pay for itself, but it's hard to imagine the second Banshee paying for 2 Banshees and a cloak, right?
No,
so,
certainly not.
I mean, GuMiho not in a great spot. Now, this Banshee is going to come up here towards the second base while the push comes down here. And I think he actually wants to show the push first and have the Banshee get the kills, I think.
Well,
man.
Oh, nice pick off there.
Yeah, that was crazy targeting.
Yeah, the Banshee is getting a little bit done. But
I feel like GuMiho's going to lose his whole army here.
Yeah, I think so. Well, his army is like not very big because he went cloak Banshee, so yeah, definitely looking much better for Creator. Not the cleanest of cleanups, but good enough. Three kills on this Banshee.
I have to say, this is the rockiest game from GuMiho so far. I mean,
well, you don't expect your opponent to have 3 Phoenixes and an Observer waiting for your cloaked Banshee, probably.
Yeah, that's true.
That's like that's not very common.
I'm just saying, you know, it's definitely one where GuMiho has been kind of slapped down at every moment he's tried to come in there. I mean, he got what, 5 probes with that Banshee, but like that's
it's not enough to pay for everything else that happened. But his worker count is really not bad here. It's his army that's a bit weak. And you know what? Actually, kind of thinking about this, the fact that I wonder if Creator before the match decided to go Phoenix Colossus, or like, I mean, before he came in, right? Like, had this as his plan on this map against GuMiho, or if he did it based on GuMiho's games. Because remember, we've been talking about this. GuMiho likes Marines He likes Marine tank, right?
Right.
Like, most Terrans like a lot of Marauders. So, like, Colossi are better in general against GuMiho.
Sure, I mean,
So the
Colossi-
Phoenixes really help out.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, Colossi can just melt Marines, especially if you get pairs or even more of them there.
Yeah. But yeah, basically the Phoenixes can, you know, obviously they're always good anti-drop, but lift up siege tanks. They just kind of like cover for your Colossus to make sure that Vikings aren't going to knock them out. It really allows you to build a lot of Colossus and be very comfortable with them. So, I don't know, I like strategically the choice here from Creator.
Now, things are going to slow down quite a bit because I don't think GuMiho has any real moments where he can actually try to attack it anywhere. And Creator is still going to be powering up. He's getting his Thermal Lance finished up here. He's taking his 4th base. And we're going into late game PvT.
Hallucinated Phoenix flying through. Trying to figure out what's what. Our Vikings being made right now. Mortal being added in, Double Forger going. Charge almost done.
And GuMiho, I think he actually wants to push as he takes the 4th base. But is there a good target to go for here? I don't feel like there is.
I don't know where he could actually do damage.
This map can look like it's very open, but it's got like a wedge at the top and a wedge at the bottom that make it so that you can't move through there, which kind of tightens up one side of the map for the defender where you're not really going to get hit from there. Maybe drop, but, you know, not that likely since the drop spot's the natural.
Oh, wow. Is Creator going to come through here? I actually thought that he would sit back there because
No,
that's
he
going to
is
be very
now.
hard for him to go through, right? Like, for GuMiho to push here, like, I understand he can siege his tanks, but can you actually ever go through against Mass Colossus?
You know, one mannerism of GuMiho's play is that he wants to try to force something to happen, and that can really be a double-edged sword. But he's kind of set up a pretty nice foothold here, especially now that these rocks are not destroyed above the siege tanks. Where, like, it's kind of hard to imagine a Terran getting in there and doing damage. I mean, a Protoss getting in there and killing an army is what I meant to say, excuse me.
Well, he's got his tanks sieged up where he wants them, that's for sure. Both sides, very healthy economies.
He's going for it.
Wow. Okay, comes in, lifts up those tanks.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
Just completely destroyed. Clinical takedown there from Creator.
I mean, the lifts on the tanks just take out so much of that damage output. Creator in great control of this game. Really should be taking this one down. I'm not sure how GuMiho is supposed to fight back.
I think this game's almost over. I mean, this is
It might be, actually.
If
this
Creator,
attack,
wins this and wins the next, it's going to be a real Cinderella story, man. I mean, this could not be worse positioning, I think, here for some of these buildings.
Yeah, the positioning's good against Zealots, but against Colossi, it's just really, really not working out for him. Yeah, a lot of damage being put out by these Colossi. Lifts off that command center. The SCV's coming up to fight as well, but this is going to be a win for Creator. Going to be going to map 3.
GG.
All right, nice little series here. GuMiho, like, getting further and further out there with his builds. What is he going to use on set 3?
I don't know. I mean, you know, GuMiho hasn't really tried to end it outright against Creator. He's played pretty safely. Let's not forget Creator really tried to come in there and shut him down in game 1, but I wouldn't put it past GuMiho trying to come out with something similar to that Marauder play that we saw, to kind of drag him into a loss, what we saw against Trap there.
You think so? Okay.
I don't know why I feel like that could be it, but, you know, Creator is one game away from actually being the biggest upset in the round of 20.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. This is a really tough group.
That would be like a very cool story.
Those two chumps, Trap and Solar, are going to battle it out down in the losers.
I don't even care about that match.
Yeah, what?
Couple of has-beens down there.
Glittering Ashes, guys. That's where it's going to end. Creator and GuMiho are about to settle this. And I'll tell you what, man, Creator is looking better and better in that mid game into that late game. GuMiho bringing a little bit of an older style, something that worked in the past. Is it going to work against Phoenix Colossi, especially when you fill that in with the rest of the tech? Does Creator cheese? That's also a possibility as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways this game could go, guys, and we're going to find out what happens now.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team MB, Creator. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Exciting.
Very exciting.
I mean, whoever goes in first place, it's like really impressive.
So he's sending a probe out. Now we don't know what this means yet. Do we have a pylon made somewhere on the map or not? I mean, from the looks of it, if he did do something like that, it's not going to go very well against what GuMiho's doing. He's getting a wall in here. And it's not going to be that. He's just going to scout right away. So, okay.
By the way, I do want to mention, if you take a look at like the players that are advancing right now. Okay, GuMiho, Creator, Ryung, Maru. These are all guys from like Season 1.
Yeah, that's right.
These are Season 1, Season 2 guys. Like, that's really interesting now that I'm kind of thinking about it. Whereas you get someone like, you know, Solar and Trap, they definitely are from much later on. So just want to throw that out there. That's kind of cool.
We're getting the OGs.
DRG
really
is quite an old player, not a Season 1 guy, but very, very old.
Still, I mean, yeah, he's been around forever,
Pre-Kespa, yeah.
Oh, yeah, DRG was pre-Kespa.
Dude, he still has the greatest accomplishment, in my opinion, where there was a GSL where there was 31 players on Kespa teams in DRG.
Yeah, that's
GSL.
right. He was just...
he was the last standout. To be fair, a lot of the best GSL players got picked up by Kespa teams like Parting and Maru, and they were in it too, but I'll remember it how I want to remember it.
So the Robotech started up here. Again, with GuMiho, we're always watching what kind of comp does he go for. He's got a very unorthodox way of playing. It's almost hard to describe sometimes. He really approaches the race so differently than anybody else in StarCraft.
I gotta say, Robo, this is like if I were playing, right, and I knew the style of GuMiho, I'd be opening Robo every game. Because just straight Colossus against someone that just doesn't make many Marauders, like you're just shredding Marines. And in fact, like whenever someone goes heavy tanks, it means heavy Marines. So Colossus is just kind of a good counter against GuMiho.
Yeah, Phoenix Colossus is actually ideal. I mean,
Phoenix Colossus is very good too, but he's going straight Robo. So I'm just
true. We don't have a Stargate yet here, but yeah, I mean it makes sense, and I think that almost for Creator the play is to like not even think too much about it, just like kind of defend against Colossus tech and sort of watch for what he's going to do, because GuMiho gets a little bit of an itchy trigger finger.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's 2012 Creator. Robo 2 Forge. Are you kidding
Forges?
me? Dude.
This was on his greatest hits.
This is Creator's greatest hits here.
I saw this live.
I'm almost getting tears in my eyes. This is crazy.
This is the Creator Classic.
If I had a lighter, I would light it right now.
I would light it.
Everyone in the studio just holds up lighters, and we all nod towards Creator, and he winks at us.
We gotta do the modern version of that, which is where you hold up our phones and have the flashlight out, and then our battery dies, and we can't get a taxi home. But
is that the new thing people do?
Yeah.
The flashlights on their phones.
Yeah.
Lighters are so much cooler.
It's way cooler.
Way cooler. But unfortunately, I don't have a lighter because I don't need to light my candy.
It's not 2025 yet when we have a lighter on our phone because they've added that in there too.
Got to be able to make fire tasteless.
So, I feel like, if I may, I feel like this build is bad, but it's cool that Creator's doing it. Double forge on 2 base is kind of not in the modern
It's
StarCraft
certainly
theory.
not. This is literally something from like 2012.
Yeah.
And we had a lot more income on all the bases.
That's it. I have this build on vinyl. We'll say that, though. I appreciate this.
He has this build on a stone tablet, Tasteless.
Oh, no.
Okay.
He has this build on a stone tablet.
Yeah.
So he has this build on a painting on a wall in a cave.
It was painted with deer blood. Okay, that's how old this build is. Okay, so he pushes this back. He has his 1-1 going. GuMiho's 1-1, or rather GuMiho's +1 is almost done. He has his third command center started on time with his third Nexus. Dude, this is really cool to see. I'm very excited.
Now, let's just point out why this is, I think, what a lot of people would say, like, not proper play. I mean, obviously, with 2 forges, guys, yes, you get double the upgrades. But it doesn't usually pan out that well for producing off of 2 bases and also having 2 forges. They're like trying to get 2-2 very quickly.
Yes.
Things get a little bit wonky. A lot of times you want to get 1 forge and start an upgrade, and then a little bit later on, the other one comes in.
Yes.
It's true for armories. It's true for eBays. It's usually why we don't see even upgrades.
Yes. And it used to be the thing for Protoss, but since Legacy of the Void came out, it just has not even existed. The mineral patches are so low, you're forced to expand more. It's a more active game. So by the time you get that 2-2, like, you've been stretched too thin for how much money you've been spending on upgrades.
But that being said, I mean, GuMiho has been very passive this game. And so, I mean, 2-2, especially for the way that most of the ebb and flow of games go, that could throw GuMiho off.
Yeah.
Where he's like, what? And then he like clicks on the,
There might be a battle where he's like, how'd that happen?
Yeah, he's like, why did I lose that? And then in the last second, he clicks and sees, 2-2.
Yeah.
He just screams no.
It's a real possibility.
He just howls at the moon.
He howls at the moon. It's a robotic howl, though, because he likes mech.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. There's a double drop going into the natural here. Pulls the probes pretty quickly. Is that pylon? Okay. No, that was something. What's that, actually?
God, that...
Okay, cleans it well.
Colossus tried to elbow the medevacs out of there. He got so close.
I want to throw this out there, Tasteless, because Creator was... realistically, at one point in time, the best double forge Colossus macro player in the world. Okay?
What's the first player we saw do this? I can't remember his name. Oh my God, I can't remember his name.
Younghwa?
No. There was another guy. He had glasses on.
I think you're thinking of Younghwa. He was the macro pro.
No, this is a different guy. Oh, I'll remember it later.
Okay. But anyways, here's the thought that's going through my head right now, right? Like, Creator has had a very hard time since he got second place in 2012 World Championship, okay?
Yeah.
He was fantastic back then, and then his style kind of fell off, and he fell off, and he got very emotional, and things didn't go that well for him, right? He's been such a middling to low player since then. But here he is, he's having a great day, and he's actually playing his old style. What if he said, screw it, he's like, I'm just going to do what I'm good at.
Yeah.
If he does that, and that's a victory, that's amazing to me.
I mean, it's so crazy to see him playing like this. Okay, but hold on.
No,
We talked about being spread too thin.
Ooh.
Okay, he just didn't move the army in time.
Oh, he's got to be so careful here.
Oh,
the overcharge! Oh my God, he saves that Colossi. Huge overcharge right there. Throws down those force fields as well.
All right, Creator's playing his heart out right now. GuMiho drops in the main. Another poke in here with the Colossi. Dude, he's doing it.
Yeah,
that 2-2's not done yet. So keep in mind.
Not.
But if he sees, and we don't know if GuMiho did this, but if he clicked on the unit and sees 1-1, he knows 2-2's coming.
He flew over 2 forges.
Oh,
So
did he? Okay.
He saw the 2 forge. So that's going to make him a little bit unhappy. He does start his own 2-2, but he's going to be down a couple upgrades. And that's where, look at this, 66 probes, 2-2 finishing. This is, like, very strong for Creator. Look at this, 3 Colossi. Dude, this is a Wings of Liberty game. Look at his army. 3 Colossi, like a random immortal, 2-2 upgrades, and just a bunch of charge lots and stalkers. That is literally, we have just been transported 10 years in the past.
He's spreading his wings, man. I mean, this is crazy. And so far, dude, so good. 3-3's coming.
Of course, that's what comes after 2-2.
You can't get 4-4. That's not even in the game.
Yeah, but if it was,
he'd have it, no doubt.
he'd have it on the
Only
way.
after 3-3, though.
All right, this could be a nice snipe. Ooh. Gotta add something to the moment.
Man.
You're not saying anything.
No, it was the right noise to make. Okay.
Creator does not care about your metagame, and neither does GuMiho.
No.
These guys are showing us that metagame is actually fake.
Yeah.
Evolution of strategies, that's stupid. The first strategies were the best because they've been around the longest.
The legacy strats are what stay here now. Well, clearly neither side feels really comfortable engaging the other, but we're going to get to the climax pretty soon here. Maxed out armies are going to be here shortly. Now, 2-2 finishes here for GuMiho.
GuMiho's army is not going to fight well, I don't think, once 33 is done.
Well, that's the thing. When 33 is done, there's going to be a moment that the Protoss can flex.
Yeah, and we don't see GuMiho adding anything special. He's making Vikings 2 at a time. I mean, the Vikings are great for late game. Ghosts are great. But those alone don't do it. Those don't allow you to take a really great fight, I think. Because basically if you have like 2 forms of splash, it becomes very difficult, I think, for like you need something else in there too, whether it is mass tank, which it's not. He has a few tanks left over, but it's not mass tank. Liberator. If you throw Liberators in there, that's going to help. But I think his army situation right now is a bit weaker than Creator's. Although Creator didn't really go for a second source splash. I guess it wasn't trendy in Wings of Liberty, and he's really trying to, you know...
He's trying to keep it old school, man.
Yeah. He's trying to just do what he remembers won for him. He's like, Disruptors? What are those?
All right, he's moving in now. Oh, the Stalkers blink in.
Oh, he
and they get a pretty good denial, but 1 Colossus drop. That changes the math on everything.
Yeah, he can't attack in there. He's only... If he had a second form of Splash, I'd be like, yes, let's go. But, like, without Disruptors, without Storm, like, you Dude, if he doesn't make a Disruptor pretty soon here, like, I really think he should add in a couple Disruptors.
Well, it's weird because he's maxed out, right? So he has to lose something if he's going to do that, and we don't know if that's going to be coming anytime soon. He can keep expanding here. I mean, basically, Terran's taken the entire first layer of bases on his side of the map. But we don't see him, you know, the further out you expand, it's a little bit harder to kind of fortify that, and especially build obstructions to stop the Protoss from getting in there.
We have +1 air attack and +1 air armor started. +1 plasma shields is coming. He is getting Storm, so a second form of Splash. That's nice to see. They did have High Templars back then. What's he going to make out of the Stargates? Because he keeps adding Stargates. I think if he goes Tempest, that's going to be best. Yeah, he's going Carrier. Protoss love their carriers, man.
Yeah, he's going to go into carriers, and I feel a little bit worried. I feel like...
I'm a bit worried, yeah.
What you said was very important, Artosis, is that, like, getting the extra splash seems to make more sense, right?
Yeah.
Going into carrier, I mean, you're going to give Terran a lot more room to breathe. There's still a lot more map to expand on as well, and I have to imagine GuMiho is going to capitalize on that.
Yeah, fighting carriers is all about actual damage output, right? Like, you want to be able to gun down interceptors really quickly, because then they just are flying paperweights. With Tempest, you can, like, bait your opponent into your army. It goes well with, like, high splash. He is adding some disruptors now, so that's good to see. It's not that carriers are bad, but I think easier to deal with. A nuke on the way here for GuMiho. There's high-sec auto-tracking. He's getting the blading. He's getting everything, man. All the upgrades. Mass turrets, mass command centers. Dark Shrine coming up. Observer speed.
Yeah, you know, the carriers, I just worry that they're not going to allow him to kind of penetrate that side of the map, you know? Terran's got so much infantry.
Yeah, it seems a little bit tough.
I feel like Creator played, you know, a very novel, especially for, you know, 2022, a very novel play. But yeah, I thought he was going to just finish in the final pieces. He's getting disruptors now, but I feel like we're kind of past that point. Not that it's too late to get disruptors, but I think that could have been a game-swinging move to get it earlier.
Might have been earlier, yeah, when
then with the
first was max.
With the carriers, I just think, like, look at this. Terran's just going to make turrets. There's going to be a lot of Marines here.
And GuMiho's getting a fusion core.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Calm down, GuMiho.
That was like dragging your finger over a piano. It's like the song I play right there is those mules dropping down.
Patches are going to disappear very quickly there. On the Protoss side of the map, more cannons are coming down too.
Now, do you think he's going to go Liberator? No, he's getting Yamato. Okay, okay. So, battlecruisers, I mean, honestly, battlecruisers are fantastic. Excited to see them fielded here. And the game we're getting into is getting so big. This could end up like mass air against BCs, and I think GuMiho will probably outplay Creator in that situation. GuMiho, being a longtime mech player, I think is going to know very well how to play BC.
Yeah.
Also, that very short period where Nathanius tricked everyone into going BCs against Protoss.
I remember that time.
Creator was not super doing well at that time. GuMiho was, so he's going to have a little bit more with that, I think.
This game has gotten way longer than I thought it would have, and we are having way more upgrades than I imagined we could have.
Yeah, everything. Even Corvid reactor coming up, DT Blink. I mean, double cybernetics core upgrades here. It's awesome to see. Definitely not stuff that's expected, though.
And pretty soon here, it's going to be hard for either side to really engage the other. You know, cannons, batteries, turrets, tanks, sensor towers, you know, it's
going to be a delicate dance going on, you know? Like,
yeah, for sure. I mean,
honestly, I think in a game like this, you get Mothership, you get every upgrade. Like, you get Mothership for recall specifically, not to keep with the army.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that is actually a very powerful thing to have as a second recall. But if you put it with the army, it's a waste. It just gets EMP'd and killed by Vikings. It's like, actually, the cloak doesn't do anything. He has, how many planetaries does he have? You think he cares? Like, he can EMP, you know, like, he'll kill it so quickly, so I would like to see that.
We're getting to a point in this game where there's not going to be many more bases to take, so it's going to kind of come down to who can actually get a base set up that the other side can't poke out very quickly like we saw back there.
Bunch of BCs on the way, by the way.
Oh my god. That was crazy.
Yeah, honestly, I think they both want to lose some army.
Yeah, I think so. I think they want to fill that in with higher tech units like the battle cruisers, like the carriers.
Yeah. You got to be careful here as Creator, because if the BCs are done correctly, I think they beat the carriers pretty handedly. Like, you can jump on them in Yamato, everything, stuff like that.
Right.
So you got to be really careful with them. You got to really know what you're doing. Have, you know, spell backup, whether it's quick recalls, possibly you have things like Archons and Stalkers underneath, Psystorms, things like that.
So what's actually left that's not taken? It looks like we have 1, 2, 3 bases. Protoss is taking this one at the bottom right. Although I imagine the center base for Terran that should go to them, it's going to be hard to ever actually keep that.
This is quite the game.
Well, we're ending this series on a high note, man. So we have now 13 carriers and 5 battle cruisers. Max supply, so if we're going to have any more of the, you know, highest tier tech, it's going to have to be, you know, at the expense of units like these Stalkers being bled off or Marines being killed off. Like, these are clearly intended to do some damage, but basically die off because he needs another battle cruiser. And we have a fight coming up here.
Yeah, this is a lot of anti-air. The EMPs go off against this ground army. The disruptor's actually being very helpful here. We hear a lot of ghost dying. There's a lot of turrets here. Well, that's funny. Those Marines are actually doing pretty well.
Creator's kind of doing it, man. Keep in mind that there's way more minerals in the bank and a lot of gas here for Creator. GuMiho has a lot of gas, but Terran need also a lot of minerals in the bank for that to be helpful.
Yeah, the damage output of this army with all these carriers is pretty absurd.
And at this point in time, he's just sort of death-balling his way across the map. And, you know, the interceptors are being remade pretty easily. Terran's sending these small squads out, but what's he going to do to stop this kind of, it's like the Independence Day movie where the, you know, Protoss is just going to blow up capital after capital. You know, that's kind of happening to each of these bases.
He's got to give them a virus.
Yeah, he's got to hope that they use Windows and he can install that in virus on there.
Where are the BCs? Okay, here they are.
He's got 2 Templars for Storm.
He's got to kill some stuff because the bank is way better for Creator.
No idea how good Storm is against BCs, but
BCs are so high health. Kind of weather it.
So he's taken out one quadrant of the Terran's position. He's going to come in here. We were talking about this base being a tough one to hold. Well, he's going to go right in on top of this first BC, but I don't think there's enough interceptors.
The Vikings, though, look at these Vikings.
Well, he's got Archons and Storm for that.
Yeah, but the Archons and Storm aren't going to pair well against these BCs.
Tempests are being made back at home for Protoss.
Tempests definitely have that very high damage.
So the base over here in this bottom right corner, it's kind of far away from everything else. That may be the next spot Protoss attacks, but for now, he's going to make 6 Tempests. We've gone full air fleets on both sides. Oh, DTs with Blink, though. A lot of them. And, you know, when you get that many DTs with Blink, even though they can't attack as fast because of the patch, it can cause a problem.
Yeah, yeah. They're still going to kind of do their job. The job that they were never meant to do.
Blink.
Which is
more
Blink
like
on top of a planetary to kill it.
I think it's just barely enough. Now we're gaming.
We are gaming now, my friend.
We're gaming, boys.
He's a little bit obsessed with making Archons right before they die.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, listen, that literally doesn't matter. Just run.
It's actually just better to move your screen somewhere else.
Yeah.
Well, Terran's only mining on one base realistically. I don't know what's happening at the bottom center. I guess there's a couple of patches there, but there's not workers, so maybe it's almost mined out that he's kind of ignored it.
Yeah, maybe. The Golden Armada marching right now towards GuMiho's BC fleet.
Yeah.
Not that much of a fleet, though.
Well,
look at the damage output of the Protoss army. It's almost silly. Oh, those BCs are hiding.
So they're going to try to slowly move through the bottom here.
Yeah, this is actually, it's important that he moves them around like this too, because the cooldown on BC jump is rather high.
Right.
And you actually, generally the way in the past when BCs were popular for like a very short amount of time against Protoss, it was all about jumping, right? Like you would jump on top of the army and Yamato everything, so you'd kill like half of their army instantly.
Yeah.
And then fight the rest. So that was kind of the way it was done for a bit. Ooh, that could be a nice nuke.
Yeah, this is going to be annoying for the Protoss. This is going to be a lot of damage. Just takes those cannons out. Terran's going to try to regrow over here into the top left again. I mean, what else does Protoss need to attack in again? I feel like we're kind of out of stuff to make and upgrades to get, so at some point in time, you need to actually come out here and try to stomp out these bases once more.
Coming forward with a ridiculous army. You know, games like this are really tough to navigate for them.
Sure.
You can see, oh, okay, finally a jump now. He sees where the, you know, the flying units are here for Protoss.
Here come the Vikings. Whoa!
Yeah.
Tempest.
Tempests are good, man. Seriously.
They're good units.
Underrated. But the Vikings doing a pretty good job. That was a good pullback against that storm. Of course, with the storms there now, he does have to pull back in a more permanent fashion.
Thing is, he's taking out that bottom right base again.
Dude, look at this. The BCs, they are going to get a lot of damage done. Okay, going to throw Yamatos down onto these Archons. Not bad. But he doesn't have a jump to get out of here.
Yeah, so he can kind of just chase him into the corner, and this could be huge here for GuMiho. I mean, the BCs don't have a lot of recourse against the Tempest. Even got to warp in some Stalkers, try to blink in under that.
Yeah, this is pretty bad here.
Okay, this is crazy. It's like GuMiho has painted himself into a corner.
Yeah, he has. This is why we were talking about kind of saving the jumps. Like, the jump for the counterattack was good, but then he dived and the army just comes back. Okay, finally jump comes back online, so he actually saves a fair amount. Okay, I kind of take it back. I think that this was overall good for GuMiho.
So he's going to pull out with these battle cruisers. The Vikings are going to get out here as well. Keep in mind that, like, even though that both sides have a lot of the map, there's not a lot of functional bases here. So these two have just been remade. They haven't been used yet, by the way. And there's actually not a big amount of minerals in the bank right now for GuMiho. I think Creator could take this if he plays it safely.
Yeah, I think GuMiho still has chances as well.
Yeah.
He's retained a lot of BCs still, right? He has 7, okay. He has a good amount of Vikings. He has Ghosts. Oh my God.
Okay.
And then,
minerals
I mean,
are coming
anytime you have a command center anywhere, you can just suck up all the minerals in like 2 seconds. I love to see his income jump up like that. It's like, yeah, I'm mining over 3K minerals a second here. Oh. These DTs are actually doing a great job scouting as well.
Yeah, they really are. A Void Ray is going to come out here and a Warp Prism. Probably the last piece of the puzzle here before he wants to attack again. I think at this point in time, Creator's also really starting to hurt here as far as income. You know, Protoss doesn't have mules.
Yeah, that's
they don't have
true.
that way to kind of explosively suck up so many resources at once.
Gas is getting really low right now as well.
Yep.
I think if Creator takes this slow, he's slightly favored.
You might be right.
I think the Tempests are like a little bit more valuable than everything else
pretty
right
much
now.
the best units, but he's going to dive on top.
Yeah, here's the move we were kind of waiting for here. No
Seems like they
Yamato's
just
really
moved.
popping out.
Yeah.
Overcharge being used. Okay, let's see how this goes. He's got a couple, couple Void Rays in the front.
Yeah, scooting back a little bit behind the safety of the cannons. Stalker's going to come out here. The Tempests are still wailing on this army, man. GuMiho's getting lower and lower. Is Creator going to win this in the most epic fashion possible?
Oh my God, the air armies are getting completely destroyed. The Stalkers have enough in
my
GG!
God.
Creator! Creator takes it. Oh my God, Creator wins this group.
I can't believe this.
And we have a Protoss in the round of 10. Everyone, shut your mouths. The game is perfect.
I can't believe it.
Big congrats to Creator.
What an insane group he had there. Dude, and what a crazy way to end at least Creator's story for the round of 20. Man.
I am very happy for Creator right now. I am like so happy for him, Tasteless. That was a great victory in a very tough group. These are big name players. And he won it. After so long of not having really great results, he just had a great one right here. And he's the first Protoss to advance to the next round.
That is so cool. And, dude, I don't think anybody expected results like this today. We're not done yet, by the way, guys. Interview time.
The first player to move out of Group D is Creator, and he's a Protoss player. Right, congratulations, Creator. Thank you.
정말 축하드립니다.
Well, sincere congratulations.
GSL에서 16강 이상의 성적을 낸 게
And Creator.
12년 이후 10년 만이거든요.
The last time you went past the round of 16 was back in 2012. So how do you feel today? Well, everything feels surreal. It feels like a dream come true.
실감이 잘 안 나지만
And you know, everything just seems
모르겠어요. 기쁜
surreal. You know,
있는데
I'm really happy, but you know, everything it takes a lot of time to process all through this.
프로토스에 또 이름을 올리셨거든요.
Well,
이것도 좀
Creator, you're the
남다른
first
의미가
Protoss to
있나요?
move on to round of 10 so far. So I think this means special to you.
주변 분들이나
Well, even before the match, you know, all the people around me told me that Protoss has no hope so far, and then they wish that I would be the first player to move on as a Protoss player.
오늘 이 프로토스 첫 진출을 해냄으로써
Well,
지금
Creator,
많은
you
분들이
made a
정말
big
희망이
accomplishment
되고
today.
있습니다. 사실 오늘 경기력 정말 대단했죠.
Well, Creator,
역시
you've shown
운영의
great performance
안정감을
today
보여주셨는데요.
overall.
마지막 경기 이재련소
The last game.
공방위협 힘으로 밀어붙이다가 스카이토스로 그 후반 싸움.
You went for the sky toss in the
경기
late game
승률이
to
뭐라고
secure your
생각하세요?
victory. So can you talk us through the background behind that?
제가 레더 게임을 하면서
Well, my later
형이랑
games.
사실 많이 만났어요.
I played against Bjorn a lot of times,
너무 잘하시더라고요.
and he was so good.
이길 수 그러니까 병재형 스타일에 이길
I mean,
수 있는
I
게
played
뭘까
against
생각하다가
GuMiho in the ladder,
이렇게 하면은
and you know I was wondering how I can beat him. And then you know today's strategies were a product of my
올해
ladder games
계속해서
against
강민수
GuMiho.
선수의 발목을 잡고 계시는 것 같아요. 슈퍼 토너먼트 16강에서 3대0 셧아웃을 선물하고
And
오늘도
the-
또 2대1로 또 승리를
In the super
거뒀습니다.
tournament before, in the round of 16, you beat GuMiho before, and today you beat him 2-1 as well.
하드와이어에서는 역시 운영으로 이겼었다가
In hardwire, you were able to
세트가 좀
beat him
재미있었잖아요.
in the with the macro.
당하고 약간 3세트에서 광자 프로
And in the second set, second game,
복수의 의미도 있었을
you
거예요.
lost to the proxy spawning, the spawning pool rush.
민수의 발목을 의도치 않게 잡고 있는데
You know, somehow I'm bogging down Solar so far as right now, which I'm not intending to do.
하지 못한 빌드였는데 리플레이를 보니까 대처할 수 있었더라고요.
I mean, there was a build that I could not cope within the game, but later I realized that I could have defended against it.
네, 준비를 해서 자신 있게 플레이했던 것 같아요.
But in the later game, I think I was able to play with confidence against Solar.
드려보겠습니다. 오늘 저희가 첫 프로토스 진출이기 때문에
Well,
아주
Creator, you're the first Protoss to move on to round of 10, so this is very special to us.
하나씩 얘기를 해보겠습니다. 사실 장현 선수 예전에는 경기하고 나면
So, Creator, before,
변화가 다 느껴지는
you know,
선수였거든요.
after your match finishes,
요즘
you were
좀 많이
you were
상승해진
famous
것 같고
for
완전
showing
컨트롤하는 게
your emotion very
느껴져요.
directly.
실제로 좀 느끼세요?
So, do you think there's a bit of improvement in your
일단
mentality?
제가 개인적으로 그 이사를 해가지고
Well, personally,
좀 모르겠어요. 마음이 좀
I moved out recently,
편해졌다고 해야 되나요?
and it feels like I gained more
편하게 하다 보니까 좀
I gained more serenity in my mind,
나오고, 긴장도 아예 안 하는 것
and the nervousness has definitely went away a bit.
밸런스 논쟁이
has gone away a
정말
bit.
뜨거워요. 그동안 프로토스 선수들이 없어서 그동안은 얘기를 듣지
You know,
못했는데
so far we have not had a
오늘
single Protoss player, and the balance topic has been very, very hot and controversial at the same time. So what do you think about the balance patch?
할 말이 많은데
Well, there's a lot to say,
원래
for sure.
IEM 끝나고 좀 토스가 그
After IEM Katowice and seeing that there are no Protoss players up around, I realized that this is Protoss' demise, and then I came back to Korea. And then I heard that there's gonna be a nerf to Protoss, and then you know I was kind of shocked to hear that Protoss is gonna get worse than right now.
토스가 안 좋다고 생각하고 하니까 심리적인 것
But
때문에 다 지더라고요.
when I kept practicing, you know, I kept thinking to myself that Protoss is the weak race, and that actually harmed my win rate in solo rank in later games. But you know, right now I try to keep a positive mindset.
인상적인 인터뷰들이 있어서 몇 가지만 한번
Well, you know, so far we
짚어볼게요.
had some very
이동현
impressive
선수는
interviews from Terran players.
순수 실력 게임이 됐다 말씀을 하셨는데 어떻게
Bjorn, before he said that now the Protoss is nerfed, it's become a very balanced game.
개인적으로 좀
So
망언이라.
what do you think about that? I think that's atrocious. I think that's not reasonable at all.
너무해요, 병렬이요.
You know, I think he was being a bit over the line, a bit over the top.
아마추어 유저들이 흘린 눈물을 생각하면 프로토스의 너프는 괜찮다 하셨거든요.
And you know, I think
사실 아마추어 분들 생각하면은 저도 인정하는 부분이에요.
in the perspective of amateur Zerg players,
토스 이기가
this balance might seem fair to them.
이해는 하는 부분인데.
So I do understand a bit.
프로게이머고,
But I'm a pro gamer, and I have to play in matches, competitive matches.
지금 밸런스는 말이 안
So currently, I think the balance is not in the right position. It should be fixed.
프로토스 나쁜지 모르겠다 이야기하시고 변현우 선수는 심지어 프로토스가 좋은 것 같다 하셨거든요.
And Bjorn, before he said that Protoss is the stronger race out of the three races. So what do you think about that?
후반 가면
뒷심이 좀 딸리지 않나. 후반 하면 잘하거든요.
Well, I do feel like Protoss is strong in the early phase, but it really lacks the power in the late phase, and I think that's why he said that.
체크를 해봤는데요.
Alright, so there was a balanced discussion with Creator.
2022년은 확실히 출발부터가 다르잖아요.
So Creator, this season looks different for you.
들어보겠습니다.
So before you go, anything you want to say?
사실 팬분들께서 응원해주시면 굉장히 힘이 나거든요.
You know, honestly, when my fans cheer for me, it's a big help to me.
제가 오랫동안
It
못하다
makes me
보니까
perform better.
좀 많이
And you know, I have not had the good I haven't had a good performance for many years, but I'll try to win the season. And I'll try really hard. So I hope the fans will continue to cheer me on.
박수호 선수, 장욱 선수, 김도욱 선수.
And also, I want to thank Cure, DRG, and Nightmare for helping me with the scrims.
아낌없는 지원 너무 감사드립니다.
And I also want to thank Team MV for their everlasting support. Once again, congratulations, Creator. Thank you.
네, 이렇게
Thank you, Andy. Man, I just can't believe Creator moved out.
I know.
What a crazy result for this group. That is so cool.
It's awesome to see. And he really kind of fell back into older styles and older
Yeah.
builds and played really well. It seems like his attitude is improving. This is awesome to see. I'm really happy for him.
It's really cool, man. And look, congratulations to him. I mean, this is probably one of the best days in his career in a while.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, for each of these guys, it's different. Some of these guys win so many GSLs. Some of these guys have to fight just to get to that next level. He did it, the first Protoss to do it. Up next, we have the elimination match. It's going to be Trap and Solar.
Yeah, that's kind of wild that one of them is going to fall out. We'll see who's going to go up to fight GuMiho, but I think GuMiho has solid chances to advance still. He played very well tonight.
Yeah,
so
GuMiho's
far.
looking better than them right now. Short break, guys. We will be right back.
It's now or never, and when it's live or die, I'll live forever. Hey, yeah, I'll live forever. When it's live or die.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
아침은 라떼 헐리 점심은 라떼 헐리 저녁엔 라떼 헐리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 헐리
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
아침은 라떼 헐리 점심은 라떼 헐리 저녁엔 라떼 헐리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 헐리
Today's matchup. Trap. GuMiho. Creator. Solar. Most competitive 1v1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live. GSL Season 1. Code S.
Welcome back. We have Creator winning the group here tonight. Absolute madness. He's playing fantastically. GuMiho awaits the winner of Trap vs. Solar. Unfortunately, one of these guys, who are two of the best players in Korea, are going to be booted out. And I'm honestly not sure who. I don't know. Like, Creator had great planning against Solar. Solar, you know, at least I guess in Katowice was looking very good. Trap, of course, like basically the best Protoss in the world, but not looking as much here today. I don't know. What do you think, Jason?
It's going to be crazy if Trap loses here. I mean, a group where Creator moves on and Trap does not. That is crazy town, Artosis.
Yeah.
That's opposite day. Let me put my shoes on my hands and my caster gloves on my feet.
April Fool's is tomorrow. What's going on?
Yeah. It's April Fool's somewhere, right? It's like, no, not really. Maybe only 2 days. Somehow.
Maybe on Venus? I don't know.
We're going to go to Berlin Grad for Game 1. Trap vs. Solar about to start. Weirdly enough, these two guys are fighting in the losers match of Group D here, which means one of them is about to be eliminated.
2022 GSL Season 1. Guangdong Freaks, Trap. Kaiji Gaming, Solar.
So we saw, a pretty cheesy opening here from Solar when it was against Creator. I don't think that anything that Solar did in those games against Creator are going to be representative of what we have in this match here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think both these players knew they'd be facing off. I think they're both pretty disappointed that they are in fact facing off and in the losers match, right?
Yeah, but I think you're right. They probably both prep for each other for the winner match
Right.
here, so they know already like what maps you're going to veto and what strats they were going to use.
Yeah.
Now it's life or death. One of these guys absolutely not going to the round of 10.
And I'll tell you what, I mean, as much of a bummer as it'll be if Solar gets knocked out, if Trap gets knocked out, It's kind of insane, man.
Yeah.
Trap eliminated this early first.
I know he was the most like consistent pro for the last few years.
This
Like,
has
he was
been
basically top 4 like every season, you know.
Yeah, I mean he's been like the most celebrated Protoss in the modern era.
Yeah.
So I mean that's just kind of a shocker.
Now, that would be wild, but there's actually a storyline that I'm waiting for, I guess, the next group to talk about. But I guess I'll bring it up here. And I've talked about this many times over the past few years, where in times where the metagame is really settled, we see stats do really well, right? Or trap do very well.
Yep.
Right? These macro Protosses. But when times are darkest for Protoss, there is one Protoss player that rises out of the ashes and starts dominating, and that's Hero.
True.
And he's playing in the next group.
That's true.
So,
We've got Hero with us again.
With how poorly Protoss is doing right now, I will bet you almost anything that Hero goes deep in this tournament, because that's actually when he stands up and he brings out the crazy stuff and people can't stop it. It's happened so many times. So I'm kind of excited about that either way.
Yeah, I mean, Trap had a rough run against GuMiho, but I think GuMiho is also kind of blowing everybody away here with just like how crazy good he is.
Yeah, he's playing very well. And very different. It's hard to prepare for GuMiho in any matchup.
Sure.
Because he just has his own way.
He's got his own way, and he's actually got a lot of his own ways.
Yeah.
In the game. I mean, he's got a lot of
Tactically,
novel
strategically,
builds.
build order-wise.
Expansion order.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, that
Even
game, he was,
expands
like,
in weird bases. You're right about that.
Expanding towards the top left of the map name, suddenly I forget, but you know what I'm saying. Like, it's all kind of different. I feel like it's hard to practice for him, and if you were to practice with him, I don't know how much it helps against the people you're going to fight.
No, certainly not. Like, couldn't get more different than like him and Maru, for instance.
He's based in Busan, is that right? Or did I make that up?
Yeah, GuMiho lives down south. It's actually, every time he has to play GSL, it's a big pain in the butt for him. He has to leave like early in the morning, take the train up and everything.
Yeah, probably got a hotel in the evening, and you know.
Yeah. So,
but you gotta wonder, you got a player from a different pocket of Korea, and like Busan's huge, guys. Like if Seoul's New York, then Busan's Chicago. But
yeah, it's millions of people live there and everything.
Yeah,
beautiful city.
About 5 million, something like that. So it's a huge place, but like all the esports, basically, with a few exceptions, they happen in Seoul.
Yeah.
There are a handful of events in Busan, and they go all out when they do them, but it's not like necessarily.
It's not an important location.
It's not an esports location. That's right. All that's in the city capital. But I always wonder if, like, because he's down there, and I'm sure he has a clique of StarCraft 2 people he knows as well.
Yeah.
If like they're all thinking about the game a little bit differently because he does come from a different pocket of Korea.
It's possible.
That's about as far away from Seoul as you can get if you're not talking about Jeju.
Yeah, he actually, if I recall correctly, I think he used to stay at like TY's house or something every time he came up. If I'm remembering this right. But yeah.
But you know, a lot of
he's got friends in the city, so I think it's not. It's still annoying though, obviously.
Yeah. I'm just saying he's got such a different approach, and he is living in a different region. You know, that always makes me wonder.
Busan is where all the good beaches are, right? So he's like a beach bum Terran.
That's right. Now, we have a Roach Warren coming up here. Blink is on the way for us.
Yeah, kind of an interesting opener here for Trap.
Yeah, it looks like he's playing a PVT, but he's not.
Don't really see Blink that often, honestly. Circling is screwed, man. These sentries are...
He's thinking about his life. He knows he's going to get killed.
on.
He's thinking about his mom and stuff. He's really sad. He's like, I wasn't used to scout.
That's his mom, the hatchery? How does that work?
All right. Oh.
Yeah, some decent Oracle usage still flying around. Bailey Nest coming up. Some good scouting. A lot of gates going to be finishing up here shortly. Prism as well. Trap definitely going to be putting some pressure on. Now, a lot of times when I see a Protoss player do a build like what we see from Trap here, I get a little bit nervous because it feels like they have to kill him.
Right.
But I think that Trap, unlike pretty much every other Protoss, when he does a build like this, very oftentimes he'll keep up with everything at home so well that he'll actually have a very smooth transition into things like Disruptors afterwards, or Colossi, whatever it is that he's planning on going into. But basically what I'm trying to say is, while a build like this is oftentimes kind of all in for Protoss, I don't feel like that's the case with Trap. Wow, that's get a little prison for those lings.
Okay, the push is going to come up here.
Oh, I like that stasis ward. That's
yeah,
nice.
he's put it far back enough that, you know, if the Zerg thinks he can absolutely take it, or if he tries to counter from another side, it's going to work out very nicely.
Yeah, that's a really good point. He can maybe bait him in at some point. That's really good.
Yeah, when it looks like it's close, or he might be, you know, he might be getting even, he backs up, and the Zerg goes for it. That's when the stun comes in.
Yeah, and that can really shift things quickly.
Hold up. Here we go.
Ooh, this is such a good move from Solar.
Oh, Trap so
sees
good
it.
at reacting.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Kills the cannon, but that's about it.
Yep, you can remake that. Go right back to what you were doing.
Oracle's harassing in the meantime. And look, he is getting the support bay. So he put the pressure on. He got a lot of Ravagers made. It looks like it's kind of like Lingbane Ravager right now. Let's see what he makes out of the Robo. Do you think it's going to be Colossus or Disruptor?
I think it needs to be Colossus now. With this many links coming, you need to have consistent damage, not a good, you know, pot shot.
There are a lot of Ravagers, but I agree. I think this is a Colossus game right now.
Yeah, maybe Disruptors later on. Ouch, loses one.
Could be.
Right over there. Solar's trying to basically, you know, take a fight that could maybe change the whole course of this game.
Now sitting up defensively on top of his hill here. Oh, Disruptor's coming out. Okay.
More
so
Banes,
looking for
though.
some money hits. That is a lot of Lingbane being made. All right, throws down the force fields. They actually do pretty well. Oh my god, that's a lot of Banelings going into his third. Well, I'm getting a little bit nervous here for Trap Tasteless. That is a lot of Roach Ravager up on his ramp. Just absolutely bombs out that overcharged battery. Here comes the first Disruptor. He could get a very juicy hit. Wow!
Whoa, that's what you needed!
Yeah, that was a very important hit right there. And actually, I thought that Solar was splitting beautifully, and then Trap stayed the course Tasteless. He did not overcorrect.
He did not waver.
He saw the iceberg and he steered into it.
I can't believe that. That was a great connect there. It looked like for a little bit Solar might just take the game, but he cracked the whip there with that Disruptor, and the Zerg had to turn around. More Banes are going to finish up over here.
Yeah, now Solar, he's on 4 base, and he did some economic damage to Trap, but 58 probes is fine, honestly, right now. Some Colossi being added in. Goops a Robo to slow down another Disruptor.
The Zerg's still going to be on the offense, at least it looks like that. This Protoss sits on 3 bases.
Oh
man. My god.
Dude, those Disruptor hits.
And he gets him out, no problemo.
Those were like super nasty Disruptor hits. And look at this, he blocks the little Baneling counter. Some force fields going down. Beautiful play here from Trap.
Okay, good blinking away. Just baits him further and further here.
Another good hit. And it was good splitting there as well, but Trap just, he knows how to stay the course. Maybe he doesn't know that you can adjust Disruptor balls. Maybe that's actually the trick, Tasteless. Nobody should ever be changing where they're going to.
You just commit.
Gotta believe in yourself.
Well, there's a real opportunity for Trap to swing this game now. You know, so many Banes were just either stopped before they could detonate or were killed before they could finish and hatch. So he backs up. He comes in and says, I don't feel safe about this. Let's regroup.
And Solar just keeps making more and more of the same army. Templar Archives coming up, that's going to be absolutely huge. Archons added into this, that's like the final piece of this puzzle against Solar's army.
Yeah.
You just get a little bit more tankiness against the Lingbane, and things are not going to end well for our Zerg player.
Big connects there on those drones.
Hive finally coming up. I think that's really, really important. He definitely needs Vipers.
Yeah, Trap's
Vipers
in pretty
could
good
help
shape,
him swing
though.
this back, but you gotta stay alive till then.
Oh man, the angles he's got these disruptors though.
Yeah.
Okay, forces a cancel, but when they come up, I mean, he might not even have his screen ready to see these shots coming in.
Yeah, it's a funny angle.
Yeah, you might be like focused over the
Oh,
bottom.
well, look at this. Look at this.
Oh, well, Trap's also not the one that's watching here. That was.
Oh, that's too bad.
that was rough.
That could have been a game-ruining.
I was
couple
going to say, he
instructor
could have
hits.
probably gotten 2 big money hits.
Well, I don't know what that was all about.
He's like, I didn't see you, now you won't see me!
He's trying to figure out if it's cloaked. It's like, I don't think these are cloaked, but is this cloaked?
Mineral field depleted.
All right, another fight. Ooh,
Yeah.
eats some of those vials there. We have never-ending attempts for Lynx and Banelings to come in and do damage over here on this third. By the way, 4th in the mail here for Trap. Solar maxing out with Trap only at 160 here. Makes me a little bit uneasy for Trap trying to commit on any fight. I mean, you get a good 1 or 2 disruptor shots and maybe everything changes, but for now, I'm not so sure.
Well, Trap's army is pretty darn scary. Honestly, I think he can take it with good micro. Let's see now. That disruptor hit, not quite as good. The top part of the army starts to get damaged, but does push back the Ravager. Continuing to push forward here. Some of his Archons getting low on shields. Trap, though, look at this. Brings up this disruptor. We're going to see those launches once again. Looks like he's really starting to break through here, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the army get whittled down. That's it. Trap, I think, showing a lot of patience. A little bit of wonkiness, a little bit of wobbliness there, but he did end up winning that game. You know, Solar, there's something about Solar today. It's like he's a ram trying to buck down the doors of the defense of the other side. And it's like, that can be scary, man, because sometimes they'll just overcome you. But, like, some of these players today, Creator, one of them, are kind of just defending, and then you go back and look at what Solar has, and he hasn't outgrown them like he should have. And he actually threw away a lot of units.
Yeah.
He's a brawler, man.
I think, yeah, he is a brawler, that's for sure. I think he had some good engagements in there, but it's tough to play against Trap doing that style because I think he does it different from everyone else. Like, he pulled back nicely. He blocked the Baneling counters for the most part very well.
Yeah.
And he transitioned pretty seamlessly into those disruptors, which saved him. If he is any slower with those, I think Solar wins.
I think you're probably right. Blackburn for map 2. This is the losers match, everybody. One of these 2 players is about to be eliminated. Right now, Trap with that 1-0 lead versus Solar.
2022 GSL Season 1. Guangdong Bricks, Trap. Kaiji Gaming, Solar.
Hatch block. Just going to go out and make it at that 3rd base location.
Yeah, so, you know, Trap did have a build that wasn't as common for us to see in that last game. Not that it's bad or anything, but it was interesting to see his approach to Solar. When you get 2 players this good, especially this early on in a tournament, in this phase where one's about to be eliminated, it's really interesting to see how they play. They'll really pull out everything. Like, even though I think Solar, a lot of people, including Solar, thought that he should beat Creator in that game, I think part of the builds that Solar went for, a little bit of disrespect shown. You know what I mean? He's kind of like, well, this guy goes on tilt. I'm going to do that lingering. And it worked, but, you know, then when we got into normal games, it turns out Creator is extremely prepared for anybody he's fighting against.
Yeah, and, well, his plan there, you know, for the 3rd game was pretty awesome, the double proxy game. Really worked out for him with Cannon Rush. definitely was not something expected. Hard to be ready for that.
Right. It's kind of funny Creator got out first, man. Not very often he gets to leave the studio this early, man. You know?
Yeah, normally he'd be leaving after this match.
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know, maybe the future, we don't know what it's going to look like. Right?
That was deep, dude.
Dude,
damn, man.
It's like you can't tell what's going to happen with people. They're in control of their own destiny, Tasos. It's not you and I, even though it feels like it is sometimes.
Yeah. Now, it's going to be a Robo again. Some Stalkers coming up here. Shouldn't be that much of an interesting early game, to be totally frank.
Well, when you open Robo, normally you're going super aggro, right? So, like, is this an Immortal push? Do you think?
We're going to see when the first couple Robo pushes come up. I mean, we don't have a lot of gates, and we don't have a Twilight, right? But didn't he do something similar to this in the last game? Am I making this up? I mean, you know, he had
he went for Blink first, right? Into the Robo.
I guess you're right.
Here,
I guess I'm deciding it's similar to the last game, and it's not at all. So this will be
this might be Speed Disruptor draw.
I think that's exactly what it
into
is.
the Colossus push.
It's almost like it's a it's like he's going for a Brood War like quick Reaver drop.
Something like that, yeah. And following that up with the Colossus push, it's like a very strong strat.
It's not one we get to cast very often here in GSL.
No, not too much. I don't mind it though. Solar is like a Ravager guy, a Roach Ravager guy.
Yeah.
So Disruptors in general are just good against him.
So, you know, we got to see how ready he is. There's the War Prism speed, by the way. Another Overlord headed towards the main. And right now it's Roach War and 10 Lings. Let's see if he makes any more after this. You know, there's a certain amount of Lings you just want to have in case, you know, something comes for you. Now, the Overlord may see the Robo, but not the Disruptor. Hold on, hold on.
I think, yeah, he definitely didn't see it. He could have seen like a loading animation, it looks like.
Yeah.
But honestly, when you see that, there's only like two things that or a very small amount of things it can actually be, so he'll figure it out pretty quickly. Prism coming this quick, you're pretty sure you know what's going on.
Right, so he's going to come in now. And we actually have Roaches and Lings coming across the map to try to hit the entrance where the drop's going to come in right here, right now. And it's a big hit onto those drones. But the War Prism's already kind of low on HP.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not doing that much.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage on the Prism already, unfortunately, here for Trap. A couple of depths do get picked off. Looks like he is going to go for a third. Well, that's kind of interesting, too. Because, like, I think most of the time when I see these Disruptor drops, it's followed up with a very strong Colossus attack.
Oh my god.
Not bad.
That's another big one. The question is, of course, behind this, is that follow-up push going to have that kind of oomph to it?
Well, I feel like you should be going Spire here.
I think you're totally right about that. I think getting a lot of mutas out here.
Yeah, if he goes Ling Roach for a little bit, like not overly heavy on the Roaches, and kind of does this, right? He's like, look, the Roaches come down, they force back the Colossus, the Lings can kind of do some damage and make him a little bit more defensive. He's not spending that much on this. And then he can maybe get into Muta, and then it can turn into like a very kind of intense base tradey type of scenario, I think.
Looks like Trap kind of messed up over his natural there, or his third base, I should say. Like, didn't quite control the sentries very well. Keep in mind when you're doing these harass builds, it's important that you have nothing missing a beat back at home.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to leverage the damage you're doing. You know, it's like a 1-2 punch, right? You have the Disruptors doing the hits, and then you want to come out here with an attack. And again, another big connect. Looks like it only gets 2. I thought it was going to get 3, but not bad.
Here comes the Spire now.
Is there a chance Protoss can push before this?
Yeah, the Spire was a little bit late. Like, look at Roach Speed. Roach Speed started well ahead of the Spire. And obviously both need layer, so it was not the quickest Spire here. So I think they're is a slight possibility he can actually hit before mutas become an issue. In fact, I mean, he's already pushing out, and I think I saw him throwing down a pylon, so there you go. Gotta be careful. He's diving pretty deep on creep there.
So he's just now set up a position here towards the natural. Pushing into the natural, by the way, perfectly acceptable spot to attack into. He's got the warp prism here, so he basically wants to try to combo all of this possible damage together and try to snowball a fight. Wow. Okay, hits that queen, not bad.
Yeah, yeah. Any damage he can get right now, definitely very worthwhile.
Funny to see the third
can't do anything.
Third Colossus trying to just fend off those lings, they do with ease. And now that we see the third
can't do anything.
Third Colossus trying to just fend off those lings, they do with ease. And now the batteries are going to be here, and it's going to be a slow push up here.
Yeah, don't forget though, those batteries are going to start at like half energy because of the new patch. So,
good point.
Something that helps. First mutas are being made. He did spend a decent amount of gas on Ravagers, so it's not going to be as many Mutalisks. Obviously, with shield batteries and Stalkers, like you need a lot of mutas to really make a difference.
Oh, that was weird. He actually beat the shots there on that.
Yeah.
Batteries are up.
Solar needs to buy more time, man.
Easy dodge there for Trap. You can see right now, it's the Protoss leaning into the push. Zerg's going to do a small counterattack. I'm not clear on what's at the natural, but he's one of those door Protosses.
Oh, gosh. You mean he made his own door? That's
Did he have a disruptor behind the Zealots too? Or it's like there's literally no way you're going to get in?
Ooh, big disruption ball right there. It looks like Trap is starting to push in for the kill.
Yeah, this is too much. There's nothing that Solar can do.
But Solar right now is killing all the probes in his main and his third base.
Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, there's mutas in the main. You're right. Hold on a second here. I think there's enough Stalkers that... Yep, that's it. GG.
Okay.
GG.
Wow, wow. So Solar bombs out in last place, unfortunately. Not having the best run this season. I mean, I'm 100% certain we'll see him again next. I mean, he'll always qualify for Code S. But, I mean, he's got to be a bit disappointed here. I bet you he came into tonight thinking he was going to make it out of the group pretty easy.
And, you know, this
honestly,
means,
I came in thinking he might get first place tonight.
I think it's a completely fair assumption. This means that Trap will get his rematch here against GuMiho. Very cool.
Yeah. Well, I think he'll be a bit more ready for him.
Yeah.
Should be a hard-fought series.
It seems like GuMiho's strats are more... well, I'll get to that after this break, guys. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
Look like a million touch, so priceless. But they tend to cap you the finest. This summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's on enough time to be with you. Sugar sweet, you a spice, you a movie. You a bay, you a belle, you a beauty. This summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's on enough time
can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go. But now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go. But now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go. But now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going. What you want to be going, you will see. You can have everything you want. It's your destiny, be in harmony. We were never meant to be apart. What you want to be going, you will see. You can have everything you want. It's your destiny, be in harmony. We don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going, don't really know where the world is gonna go, but now everybody knows that you can't stop for too long. Got to keep going.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다.
나의 레벨은 다르다.
어너더 레벨
핫식스.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫식스.
아침은 라떼, 홀리 점심은 라떼, 홀리 저녁엔 라떼, 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 홀리. I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다.
나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫식스.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫식스.
아침은 라떼, 홀리 점심은 라떼, 홀리 저녁엔 라떼, 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 홀리.
Raider successfully takes the 2-1 this best of 3, and he is finally getting his IEM victory. It took a couple of tries.
Missile can be very effective, and Brood Lords can't really do much about Syndra. So here we go.
대왕의 길을 열고 있어요. 지금 건너면 안 돼요. 대장이죠. Today's matchup. Trap. GuMiho. Creator. Solar. Most competitive 1 versus 1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live. GSL Season 1. Code S.
Welcome back. It's time to go into this final match, and this is a rematch. We have GuMiho versus Trap again. Now, the story inside the group is that GuMiho managed to beat Trap 2-0, but the story of the tournament so far is that only one Protoss has made it to the round of 10, and that Protoss is Creator.
Yeah.
So
not who you'd
we're a little starved on Protosses in general right now, and I mean I have very high hopes for Creator, but I'm also a realist. I think we need somebody like Trap as well if we're going to have, like, you know, Protoss Final Four viability, if we're going to get back to that golden ratio, which we, you know, a lot of times get there, but not always.
We can still do it, actually. If Trap and Hero both make it in,
yep,
that's 3 Protoss out of 10. That's perfectly fine.
And of course, GuMiho being back and looking extremely deadly. That's exciting too. You know, we're getting these guys that come back and they are not washed up. They are not old hat at all.
Yeah. I would love to see GuMiho be in his, like, GSL championship form again. Don't know if we'll see it, but I'm hoping for it. He's looking good tonight, as you said. See if he can take down Trap here once again.
Yeah, let's see, man.
What do you think, Tasteless? What's the actual...
I think Trap's got this.
I do, too.
To be honest, I think GuMiho's builds were prepped from the first best of 3, but now that they're rematching, I don't know if he has many more tricks up his sleeve.
Guangdong Freaks. Trap.
So to what I was talking about earlier,
Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
I think that this day started to go exactly the way that GuMiho planned it, and then everything got turned on its head. Excuse me. I think GuMiho, like I did as a caster, like Artosis probably did, like everybody watching, I think GuMiho thought Trap was going to be the tough opponent, and that he probably wasn't going to face off against Creator.
Yeah.
And that if he did, he'll figure that out when he gets there, right? So you hard prep for a PVT best of 3, and then really try to be prepared for whatever Solar's going to have.
Yeah.
And instead, he beat Trap, so clearly that part worked out, and probably thought with Creator, the current consensus is that he's the weakest Protoss in the entire round of 20, and oftentimes the weakest Protoss in GSL.
Yeah.
He's just going to play normal. A lot of times if you think you're considerably better than somebody, you don't want to be fancy at all. You want to bring out your most normal, ordinary play and just check for any kind of cheeses or rushes. And instead, Creator played out of his mind. And so now he's back here with Trap, and I'm curious to see if GuMiho put in so much prep that he's got a whole bunch of surprise builds for Trap again, like we saw in their first series.
It's possible, but like what he's doing right now doesn't seem... It doesn't seem like it's this super great, awesome plan. Not that it's bad, but like Command Center on the high ground, it looks like this is just like a standard safety bait.
Right.
Like you're not doing anything forward. You're not even doing your Command Center on location. You're going to be completely safe against everything. So maybe that's a bit timid for him here. So Proxy Stargate coming up for Trap.
Reaper getting zoned out right now. And I don't know. This is kind of fun having these two fight each other again in our final match. I will be honest though, I'm rooting for Trap here.
Yeah.
Whenever we start to get sparse on the races, I'm like, okay, let's get Trap through here. And
Well,
again, let's see
would-
what Creator can do too, man. But I mean, I feel like that was he's played the best day of GSL in years and years.
Yeah. And I would definitely agree that I mean, Trap I think makes for the better outcome for the tournament, but GuMiho has always been one of my very favorite players, you know. And I honestly, I'm kind of sad in a way he didn't get to play Solar tonight, because I always love his TVZ, man. Like, he always has really cutting-edge mech. He's like the guy that saved mech against Zerg, if you recall.
Yeah, well, he had a mech that just didn't look like anybody else's mech.
Yeah, he had to reinvent the whole matchup for mech
A lot of
TVZ.
Hellions and Cyclones kind of moving in and out and kiting a lot.
Oh yeah, the battle mech as well, but I'm talking even further back,
Sure.
like when Swarm Host started to really destroy mech. He's the one that kind of came up with Thor medevac to counter that with Vikings and everything, and it was, yeah, I don't know, I love GuMiho. Okay. Drops off his Marines to try to clear this out, and as that second orbital pops out, it always looks like when it picks up the Marine and the beam like follows it up, like,
Yeah.
whoa, it's hitting the medevac, it's so crazy.
That's the crazy thing, Artos, is it flies just high enough to where it can't get him. The medevac pilots know that altitude exactly. So immediately, GuMiho closes in onto the proxied Stargate, but look at this. We got Trap flying into the main. There's some Marines to defend, but they're not going to do anything other than buy time before these SCVs start to get massacred.
Yeah, out comes a Cyclone here, and back comes a Viking as well, so he's going to have to fly out of here, all out of energy now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, this doesn't look very good for Trap, does it?
Oh my god. You know, it's funny, I was watching that harass, I didn't even look back to see if GuMiho was, I just assumed GuMiho for sure was heading home. But that didn't do as much damage as I think that GuMiho had hoped. Oh my god!
Oh no! A mistake there from GuMiho, no doubt. Losing the medevac full of Marines almost all the way. There's like 4 or 5 Marines left in there.
Kind of a crazy start here.
Yeah, but look at his army. Like, flying units won't do anything against that. A few Stalkers? No. 3 Cyclones?
Well,
4
Cyclones. Very microable.
Yeah, this is like a modified version of what Terrans used to do in the Abyssal Reef days against Stargate openers.
Yeah.
Where it's like Viking, Cyclone, Marine, and you just smash the third base. TY used to do that all the time. But yeah, I mean, it looks kind of tough, but with this many Stalkers, we're getting on the edge where I actually think Trap's going to be able to take this. Yeah, it looks like you do have to turn around. Tries to get a lock on. Not really getting that much done, though. And I think there's a problem here. GuMiho's army, like, it looked really scary for a little bit, but this particular set of units does not really scale. Like, after a certain amount of time, unless you're going mass Cyclones, Cyclones don't do anything anymore.
It's so funny. Each time before the fight, it looks like one side's going to take it, and it completely goes the other way. And I think wisely so. Trap pulls away, does a quick adept shade scout, and cancels that.
And now, I do not like this for GuMiho. He had some nice scuffles in there. It looked like he might be able to get a little bit more damage, but the bioproduction is a little bit late going. He doesn't really have a whole lot going on for himself right now. Whereas Trap with 3 bases up and mining, the Gateway's finishing up here as well. He's going to be able to, you know, apply pressure, keep GuMiho off of an additional base. GuMiho can't really attack because there's going to be too many Blink Stalkers out on the map.
And I actually think there's going to be an opportunity on this third base for Trap to maybe attack.
He might, yeah.
You know, the thing about GuMiho is he's such a scrappy player, even in games that I think don't warrant like lots of back and forth and lots of action. He kind of likes to play like that. But I think he may have whittled his own army down a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. He definitely had some miscontrol at the beginning of the third there where he loaded the Marines instead of unloaded the Marines. And,
right.
You know, a few more units and maybe he's able to snowball it a bit better. But yeah. Now he's just stuck kind of like he's making his Marines. He's getting stim. He's getting combat shields. He has a few tanks. But yeah, I mean, this just looks better right now for Trap. He's even getting into his second robo already. GuMiho absolutely can't attack with the army he has right now. That does not look to me like an army that's ready to attack.
Definitely not.
I mean, once combat shields are done, he'll have +1 stim combat shields. get a few medevacs out there, this many tanks and marines, then he can attack. But I guess the support bay isn't done yet, so maybe he has some potential here. I don't know what Trap is doing with these stalkers.
Okay, GuMiho's just moving out. And, I mean, there's going to be Protoss on either side of this. Oh, that's kind of funny. Or he wants to give himself a little bit more time. It's going to be 360 degrees of attacks here. Keep in mind the Stalkers are so good in moments like this to clean up the small reinforcements. The force fields buy time. He should have enough for a few more.
He's picking off what he can.
Oh, the Stalkers are counterattacking.
Oh yeah,
they're going to be coming back over here.
They're going after that command center right now. Now Disruptor's coming down.
Well, it turns out hold position units not fighting back are not that good either.
Some Marines coming out to push back those Stalkers right now.
Nice job there from Trap. Again, it's kind of crazy that this... oh my God!
Yeah,
crazy
really
connection there. And Terran has to abandon the position. Meanwhile, back at home, Stalker's still doing so much damage over to that CC. And the attack's going to be inbound. GuMiho has to brace for impact here.
Army supplies are similar. Look at this, no medevac energy right now. So very, very damaged units. The Sea-Chanks can do some zoning here. Ooh. Very decent hit on that Disruptor.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I mean, it could go either way still. It's not like anybody's clearly in the lead or not.
Yeah, GuMiho seems to be pretty out of position here. Oh, look at this. He just scanned to look for the army. It's not there. Where is the army, GuMiho?
Oh, it's here, GuMiho. The calls are coming from inside the house, GuMiho.
Oh, and now the Disruptors can slow everything from coming up to hit his army. I think Trap is very close to taking
he's going to do a counterattack. Big connects over there.
Well, he does have the overcharge going. Another Disruptor comes out. GG is called, and Trap goes up 1-0.
Trap!
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting opener. All the scuffles that we had early on there, you know, between the Oracles, obviously, running around killing off Marines in the main base and everything, and then GuMiho with the, like, 4 Cyclone, 2 Viking, like, 8 Marine counterattack. I think he miscontrolled it a little bit. Like, his actual army set that he started with, I think had potential to kill the 3rd base for sure.
Yeah.
And then it got whittled down a little bit. He was trying to get too much damage on the sides. He was, you know, he was scuffling a bit too much. You know?
It's funny because, like, GuMiho is always engaging with the other side, and so it really is one of these, like, butterfly effect moments where, like, okay, he hit here, but then this guy tried to counter, and then GuMiho again went in for some more action, and so it makes for early games that are very hard to break down, also almost impossible to replicate. But GuMiho didn't come in with a big picture plan, didn't come in with an all-in or anything fancy. He kind of is bringing back what looks to be, you know, his bread and butter TVP. You know, if he has to play 100 more games, they're going to look more like this. I think GuMiho has to do something more drastic here. I think Trap is getting back into his comfort zone. He's starting to download GuMiho. And that's going to be a problem if GuMiho can't come up with something original.
All right, we are ready now. Game number 2. Let's go.
GSL Season 1. Guangdong Freak, Trap. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Trap a little bit of scouting here for possible proxies. has to be feeling good to have won that first game. Very close to making the round of 10 now.
Yeah. And, yeah, man, I mean, Trap, you know, one of the things about his style of play in general, especially PvT, is he's kind of good at just identifying what the Terran's doing and almost playing a bit like a Zerg, a very conservative Zerg, and just sort of, he's going to get his bases up, he's going to be patient, he kind of knows the setups that a lot of Terrans try to get, you know, whether it's the Widow Mine drops or drops later on. And, you know, I think he's overall forced a lot of Terrans to tone it down in the matchup with the aggro, because so many of his games he basically like deflects and parries, and, you know, after a couple engagements he just has more and he wins the game. And we're kind of seeing a little bit of that in this game. Now GuMiho is, I think, more aggressive than even Terrans like Maru sometimes. You know, he's always looking for fights, and
well, he gets these funny technical unit sets that have like big burst damage and stuff, and he wants to get out there and mix it up. He is a very quick player. Like his micro, I think, it's not like Maru level, but it is very good. It's a very aggressive type of micro, if that makes sense.
Well, he also, I think he takes fights that, like, it's a little bit like Beyond, but I'd say there's something different to it, where it's like he takes fights that I think normal players don't take.
Well, yeah, and he has a different unit set too, because like,
it's like
Beyond uses a lot of Marauders, and GuMiho, like,
Cyclones.
Look, this is the first Marauder he made all day.
Yeah. Well, he's made it in the cheese game, but yeah, any kind of normal game.
You get my. He does not like
Actually,
Marauders. Pushing your glasses back.
Yeah, they start fogging up. I'm so excited that you're wrong. So it's going to be the Twilight Council here, Trap. I would be surprised if Trap does anything too aggressive, but let's see what he ultimately chooses to do. GuMiho, it's kind of been, you know, a lot, you know, big high and we're close to a very big low here. I mean, he came out of here dismantling Trap, taking, wait, he went 1 and 2 against Creator, right? Right? Yeah. So, I mean, he almost beat Creator and then lost, and now here he is, and he's down 0-1. So, I mean, this has been an emotional roller coaster here as far as the matchup's concerned.
Yeah, and look at this. He actually loses 3 SCVs, those nice adepts.
Clearly wanted to see something out on the map, and he's not going to see it.
It's a funny-looking kind of opener here, too, from GuMiho. Like, he went for 1 Marauder, and that's supposed to scare everything off. Doesn't even have concussive. Oh, gosh. Okay, well, this is some pretty deadly micro that we see here. I like this from Trap, honestly.
Yeah, well, you know, these funny comps that GuMiho goes for, sometimes they turn out to not be so great against a lot of the more standard stuff.
Let's go kill something.
And he happens to be going for 3rd command center. So, you know, a fair amount of SCVs were lost, but he doesn't really have that many units to do a counter. Like, he's coming over with the Cyclone, seeing if he can get something done. Ooh, that was almost awesome.
My God.
And then turned out really bad. Wow. But GuMiho, with a quick 3rd command, he can refill his SCV count. Like, he can get up to a very nice economy. But I'm a little bit worried about him. Like, this guy is bunker adverse, you know? He's like not playing super safe.
And it's going to be tougher and tougher to get out on the map if you start to drop units like that. We've got a Raven coming here now for GuMiho. I think Trap's pretty comfortable on this base and right into Templar Archives.
Yeah, that's very Trap, isn't it?
Yeah.
He loves to rush up to that side storm.
Yeah, good storm and do a little come at me, bro. Because once you get storm, it's so hard for the Terran to take any dives on you. Is he just going to blink in the main? Looks like it.
Seems like he wants to. I don't think it's the right choice, though.
Yeah.
Like, seeing what's up there, 2 tanks? Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, especially with the way they're spaced out.
And there's about to be a Raven, too, so you're going to lose your Observer anyways.
4 more gates are coming. Zealot charge. And Psystorm is being upgraded.
Yeah, he's definitely got an army that can brawl against this highly technical army from GuMiho. I like it.
And I mean, right now it's really up to the Terran when he's going to move out. I mean, he's clearly making more add-ons, more barracks, so it's not going to be now, but...
Well, I think he's just got to focus on taking his third, right?
Just
like
powering
just
up,
it.
yeah. No, I don't think an attack is going
bit.
to work now, but he's got to be careful when he does move out. He did drop some stuff early on.
Yeah.
You know, Trap's in a slightly better position here. Trap's very crafty in moments like this, where he knows how to squeeze out, you know, that little bit of extra damage, whether that's a blink in the main or, you know, just trying to come in and take any units that are hanging too far out from the main group.
Well, look how slow the upgrades are for GuMiho. +1 combat shield stim, all just barely started. So this was a very powering opener from him anyways.
So let's explain that. When you see upgrades that a lot of times people get earlier and they come way later, that means all the money went into the other infrastructure, like building barracks and the add-ons and all that.
Yeah, it's going to give him like a very good economy and very good macro in the mid game, but he has like no options right now. Of course, Trap is kind of staying on top of that. He has an observer in that main base. Gives Trap some time to get his army together as well.
So the Templars are on the move. I mean, this is a pretty big sign that you're committed to doing damage. Well, hold on. Is he backing up?
Well, this is like...
I don't feel like the Protoss should come in right now.
Well, this is one of Trap's favorite moves, is to get Psystorm quickly and hit the third. But there's enough siege tanks, I don't think it's going to work.
Well, it'll depend on if it hits the infantry or not. Now, he's going to see this, and he sees the Templars.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is back up and spread it out.
But, you know, you're in a little bit of trouble when you see the Templars, and that's what makes you get the Ghost Academy. Again, there's only a very... It's like basically Maru and Bunny are the only guys that get the Ghost Academy before they see the Templars. So I'm a little bit nervous for him in that regard. He needs to stay back in a really defensive formation, use those tanks. Tanks are really important here. Kind of help zone everything out. Oh, that patrolling Raven, I think he's going to disable an incoming Prism.
Yeah, I think he has to.
That's a cool move.
Okay, so Trap's going to open this area up as well. He is taking a fourth at about 6 o'clock. Now, I feel like GuMiho's position's pretty good, even with the infantry on the high ground. Well, hold on.
Oh.
That's what he needed.
Yeah.
I thought the infantry were going to back up a little bit. They did not, and that was a big swipe.
I honestly don't know why they were sitting so far in front of the tanks. Like, you have to use your buildings, you have to use the siege tanks to help kind of zone everything out. That little group of bios just won't beat anything, really.
You got to use the power of a turtling Terran to make that work.
Just a little bit of battling going on. Prism takes a little tour through the base and out the other side. 82 probes, 75 SCVs. All the games today have been very high worker counts, by the way.
This has been such an interesting series so far, man, with these two. Kind of seeing Trap adapt too. GuMiho just continuing to power up. It's both sides at 175 supply. A scan here. The infantry are on the move. This is a lot, by the way. The Protoss army is always a little bit slower. There's too many clunky units like the Archon and the Immortal. And Trap takes a fifth. So Terran needs to start taking bases and maybe attacking. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, he's actually
Oh, that was rough. That was crazy. He just obliterated that.
Well, he has some other things going on. He was trying to take 2 bases at once. He floated a command center over to his 4th, and he started one at the 5th. Ended up working out there.
Well, he gets some probes.
Yeah,
10.
not bad. But, I mean, with this many probes, it actually doesn't matter that much. Trap taking yet another base, throwing down cannons all over the place as well. What is GuMiho's late game plan here?
Well, I mean, you know, it's funny because it's, you know, Trap's been patient, but like GuMiho has so much of the map. Look at this. Like GuMiho does not have, you know, a 5th base up yet, and basically Protoss is taking swipes. The Protoss is not overextending it. I don't think that Trap has ambitions to dive onto any of these bases yet, because I don't think he has to. I think he's looking at this and he's saying, all right, GuMiho, this game is now your problem.
Yeah.
I am too big to fail at this point in time on my own. You have to stop me, because I am not going to overextend into you.
Well, if he does overextend, I think he can lose the game pretty quickly. Like, look at GuMiho's army supply, man. He's the one that's actually sitting there maxed. But yeah, there is so much splash damage, it's hard to imagine where he can truly hit. Oh, that was a good unpower right there. And this is like a relatively small force that's coming down. A huge amount of bio going down towards the other base now. Oh, I love those auto turrets. It does get sniped off before they can all get down, though. That will get cleaned, but at the same time, this other Nexus might be going down.
Man, good play here by GuMiho. He's going to be able to wipe this extremely quickly. Both sides powering back up. Nice dodge over there. He's going to get the Nexus, and he should be able to get out right before the rest of what Trap has and come in here and try to engage it. So that's a start for GuMiho.
Good moves.
It's okay to bleed off army here and there. If you're just taking the bases out, you're starting to even things out for the Protoss. And that can make you know, what's been a pretty patient Trap a little bit more uncomfortable, a little bit itchier for a fight.
Some Colossi being added in, 3-3 on the way. Disruptors not finding the greatest hits.
Okay, so, wow, he didn't go up there and actually force a cancel. He's going to back up for a second. Colossi have been incorporated into the mix. And really, GuMiho's done a masterful job of having these two roaming armies of basically the same composition, moving in and out. And he's going to get a cancel over here. GuMiho is actually playing out of his mind right now.
No, he's doing a fantastic job.
Look at that.
Very
Perfect
nice CFDs going down for sure. Look at this, another attack here from GuMiho.
GuMiho takes another one. He loses that army there, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get that Colossus and go right back onto the Nexus. And suddenly GuMiho's looking a little bit bigger.
Yeah, Trap in a bit of trouble there. Trap's income falling pretty steeply. Now, there is quite a forward base that Trap is right outside right now. If he can eliminate that, that's going to be very good for him, but it is a planetary. Up here, does have some Psy Storms, throws one down. Colossi trying to come up as well, but he's fighting under a planetary, which is never a good idea. Does back up for now. DT Blink is on the way.
And I don't know that he can actually take the fight on this planetary. I think there might be just enough here. I mean, we don't see most of it on screen, but the supply is certainly there. Now, we've got those DT setups that it seems like patch or no patch, Terrence can't quite deal with if you do it fast enough. You know, StarCraft 2 is the fastest RTS game. And even with slow down DT's attacks, you can still get enough to blink onto a command center and take it out. And that tactic is inbound here.
Yeah, it seems that way for sure. A couple disruptors end up falling here. Another Nexus looks like it's going to fall. He keeps taking fights in that location. Like, GuMiho really is a fan of jumping in there. Some DTs coming up for that flank, so looks like that'll mostly be cleaned up.
Okay, so I'm a little bit worried here for Trap. He's going to come in again. I mean, it's kind of now or never. He needs to take a fight. He's down to 3 bases. He's going to push it now. Does he have enough to maybe swing this game?
Oh, a pretty good disruptor ball comes out. The Colossi definitely putting in some damage.
DT Blink out of nowhere, right on top of the army. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. There's more infantry coming in here, but the splash damage is real. He takes out both the Colossi. I think GuMiho may have done it, but Trap's going to keep on pushing. If he can maybe get up here to where all the barracks are, start to take a fight that way. He's still got the economic power of 3 bases pumping. He's got Blink DTs, he's got Blink Stalkers. He can pursue, he can punish.
But hold on, Tasis. I mean, this army has to do it for him.
Yeah,
he
it's
is
now or
barely
never.
mining. He's on 3 bases. He's down 30 workers. He's down army supply, but he's got these immortals in here.
No War Prism to juggle, unfortunately.
I think GuMiho's going to hold this. And if he holds it, I think the game is his.
I think you're right. I think it was a pretty cool idea from Trap, but, you know, it's slowly... It's gone away, man. That's it. GG!
Wow, GuMiho just grabs his head from that game.
Epic game.
Crazy one.
Looked like for a second Trap might be able to just snowball that damage, but I'll tell you, man, a War Prism would have made a great big difference there.
Yeah, GuMiho was pretty on top of trying to prevent prisms. Like, I like the disable that he used on it and everything.
The towel is back, Artosis.
Of course, he needs it.
Did you forget about the towel?
I will never forget about the towel, Terran. He's a legend.
Look at how kind of worked up they both are. They both want this. It's so important. Start a GSL Code S, you know, with a strong performance in the round of 20. And, man, they're an even match.
They really are right now. I got to say, like, I think GuMiho kind of outplayed Trap there a little bit. Trap got out of position a few times, was losing extra bases. Couldn't quite hold on, just losing too many nexuses one after another. GuMiho just really nailing his micros, macros, army movement. Really playing fantastically TVP tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to see these two guys duking it out and playing as well as they are here.
Yeah.
So cool.
Watching the games so far tonight, especially these last two, who do you think is actually favored for Game 3?
That's a tough one. Maybe Trap. I think Trap played a very clean game, but I think the fact that GuMiho didn't give him anything, and Trap wasn't really anticipating like GuMiho being able to play that deep into a PVT.
Yeah.
We see this a lot where Terran players really struggle in the late game, or at least they did last year. And I don't think it's as much patch related as I think it really is about the fact that the Terrans have gotten so much better. Like, look at what
that's
Young's
definitely
done here.
part of it, yeah.
We're like, they're much better at fighting back. And I think, I don't know. I mean, that being said, I still think Trap can take it, but I think he has to do something a bit more decisive. He basically got up to, I think it was 6 bases.
Yeah, momentarily he was.
And I think he thought, okay, it's over. He was getting the DT tech. And then GuMiho just did a really good job of playing the map, having, you know, two armies split and hitting these different areas. And there really wasn't a whole lot that I think Trap had planned for that. And then after a while, you know, it was Trap running around putting out fires on the map, and GuMiho had outgrown him. And I think there was this period where he got to 3 bases like we saw, and he's like, okay, we got to do something now.
Well, the type of army that GuMiho had there at the end, it has to win like a tempo-based victory. Like, you can't actually fight the maxed out Protoss army head-to-head with that unless Protoss attacks really terribly. And I think that's what he did. He kind of out-multitasked him. He was all over the place, and Trap was out of position enough times with his units just not defending the correct locations. Like, how many times do we see GuMiho run up that little ramp and kill that Nexus? Like 3 times. 3 times. There's another Nexus across the map. It has like 3 cannons and a battery at it, and that's it. And Trap, like, he needs to hold on to those. He needs to utilize the splash damage over the long term to beat an army like this. If GuMiho's going to beat you in a macro game like that, make him get more tech. Make him kill you with Liberators. Make him get something else.
Yeah, make him get more than just, you know, a Marine Marauder and then a Ghost here or there.
Dude, if you're making a bunch of Robo units and you're keeping them alive, it's Terran's burden. Like, Terran has to figure it out because you're going to be so cost efficient if you're sitting back more. And we're not seeing that. We're seeing a lot of Protoss players right now just kind of attacking in.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? I have Robo units. Let's attack. It's like, they're so much better defensively. You can grind someone down with these, but you keep attacking.
We're going to go to Glittering Ashes for the final map. And this is the final game of the evening, guys, before we close out Group D. One player moves on, and the other is eliminated. Trap and GuMiho battling for their GSL Code S lives just to survive to the round of 10.
2022 GSL Season 1. 광동 Freak, Trap. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Ooh. I'm excited for this last game no matter what happens.
It's been fun, man. It's been very cool.
Double gas. All right, GuMiho. Teched out one base. See exactly how far he goes.
It is so cool to see that GuMiho is playing so well now that he's back.
Mm-hmm. It's a pleasure.
The future's good. So, Trap, goes for an immediate scout and sees what's going on in here, sees the double gas and knows, okay, you're committing to something early on here.
Mm-hmm. Trap gonna take his Nexus after the core. Wants to get that economic edge.
Again, guys, big picture here. GuMiho's been gone for a long time. He's looking amazing. He's looking modern and different in his approach to the matchup. But in this season of GSL Code S, before today, we didn't have any Protosses in the round of 10. And today, only Creator has gone on. Creator sort of upset the entire group. And so he's already there. But if Trap wins tonight in this game that we're watching right now, we're going to have 2 Protosses.
Yeah.
Protosses, I kind of had an Elmer Fudd speech thing happen there where I said Protosses, but we're going to have something closer to the golden ratio going forward.
Yeah, yeah. It definitely could reach that, but we're on the edge right now of that. Trap kind of needs to win here to bring balance back to the Force. Well, I guess Protoss would be Sith, right? So there can only be 2. So he decides tonight whether Hero gets in? Is that how that works?
Maybe. So we've got the Twilight Council started.
Command Center, after Starport here. And I think it's just a blink opener?
Seems like it.
There it is.
Yeah, nothing fancy, really. And it's going to be Banshees with Cloak again. I'm very surprised to see him lean into this.
Yeah.
But I guess he did this versus Creator, right?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
And it didn't fare well, but that was a very different opening the Creator did.
Yeah, Creator went Phoenix, and he actually went Observer pretty quickly as well.
Yeah.
Like, he had a very quick Robo with it, because he was going to go Phoenix Colossus. Now, there's the Robo. I think the Banshees obviously do have a bit more play against Blink Stalkers than they do against the Phoenixes. Because once you have the Observer out, the Phoenixes just chase them and kill them, and that's it. Whereas the Banshee's going to be able to occasionally get away from the Stalkers, right, over some dead airspace.
Now, the pros, when they're not playing, do get to watch the studio. So he's seen that, GuMiho is capable of this build order, even though it's not one that we really talk about, especially not this year so far.
Third Nexus going up.
Very quick Nexus.
That is a very quick Nexus.
The Observer's coming. And Cloak's now done. Stalker's a bit out of position to defend.
Yeah, here comes that Banshee now. Trap not going to be very happy with this. Oh, he's...
What? How much more do you want to distribute the damage, man?
Could have gotten one more probe
All
there.
your probes will have yellow HP. They call me Yellow Man.
Yeah, he could have ended up getting 6 probes there if it was perfect micro.
Yeah, kind of misclicked.
4 isn't bad. Look, 37 workers to 35 right now, not bad. Closing that gap a little bit. Another Banshee getting ready to come in. Looks like a shield battery's coming. Dude, Cyclones are so funny, like once they lock on, you notice how he just keeps his head to the right there? He's like the biggest show-off owl robot in the whole world.
An owl robot, he does have an owl's head. There's something so funny about owls, by the way.
Yeah. Especially if you get them wet and you see what they actually look like. Oh, look at that. He actually snipes the Observer there. Not before losing one Banshee, but there is another one here as well.
Yeah, and
that's a funny play. Look at this. That's like Banshees have very high DPS.
Yeah, and he actually micros the tank back there. And this is going to be a lot of kills here with that Banshee. He pulls back.
What a cool move there. That's not something you think of that much.
That.
Yeah. This Protoss doesn't have like scans or anything, you know? You kill their Observer, they got to wait for another one.
Yeah, you don't see Cloak really utilized like that.
No, not often.
In the matchup, but it makes sense when you see it. So another Obs is out, but who's to say Terran doesn't scan and snipe that again?
Absolutely.
But it's just one Banshee.
Yeah.
A Raven's coming in here now.
He needs to make more Banshees.
Where's his second starport?
He needs Vikings to pick off those Observers. All right, setting up a nice base here. Bunker plus a couple tanks is very good. Trap can't really get in here and do anything. This is kind of crazy.
Oh my God. He just runs right into the main.
Look, he targets the Observer there, but he barely gets out.
And this is a lot of damage on these SCVs. Could he even get the Raven?
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, he jumped in here and is really getting the damage to pay for it.
Okay, that Observer goes down. The Stalkers are cornered. Wow. Trap is
That
so
was
sick.
really well done. I did not think he was going to get that type of damage in there. In fact, it looked kind of crazy when he ran by to do it. But great job. Bunch of gates on the way. Storm coming up as well. GuMiho does have 3 bases mining.
And so, I mean, right now, this is kind of crazy, man. I mean, Trap got so much done with so little, to be totally honest. You look at all the great plays that GuMiho had. Yeah, I mean, very impressive stuff. Sniping the Observer, picking off the army, surprising some of those probes, and getting the kills there. But at the same time, Trap is still at least matching the Terran. Storm's going to be done. War Prism's out, and we're starting to get into positions that are not that different from the last game, where the Protoss is going to keep expanding and start trying to get overlapping splash damage.
Adding some Immortals in here. GuMiho, he's about to have his Stim combat shields and +1. Look at this, the Raven once again kind of waiting for that Prism. He's daring him.
Okay, disable. But
It's such
it
an
back.
interesting usage of the Raven, really.
Well, it's just one way to keep the Terran back and keep the Terran busy, right? We've got a second Robo Bay coming down here. Robotic Support Bay as well.
In comes that Prism once again, but 2 Vikings waiting for him this time. So
that is full of 3 Templars and a Zealot.
Oh,
so
gosh,
this
yeah.
is not actually intended to like dump Zealots out and do a mass warp-in, but the motions that it's making outside the base telegraph that that's what Trap wants. But Trap actually will have that Warp Prism merge up with his army later on and use the splash damage in there from the Storm to kill the army when it's time. So Thermal Lance is coming now, and more Colossi are coming out. They're going to be coming in pairs.
So yeah, I want to see GuMiho float over his command center right now, getting ready for that 4th base location. Psystorm-based army marching up here. Just gotta be careful. There's a good amount of Psystorms in here. We had the one Marauder up front. Looks like he's luring in Banelings.
Storm drop over here, and a lot of kills. Maybe not as much as you would have wanted. 10 is not quite as much as you need. the War Prism and all the Templars to die off. And
yeah,
I mean,
GuMiho's worker count's still okay.
Yeah, he's fine. GuMiho's turtled so hard, and we're starting to see Trap kind of struggle. He wants to come in and take a crack at GuMiho, but GuMiho just pulls so far back and kind of baits an overextension here from Trap.
Yeah, and this is kind of like what we were talking about before, is these attacks that are coming in. It's like you're getting all these splash damage sources, you're getting great upgrades, you're getting all this great stuff as Protoss, then you just keep attacking. And honestly, if Terran is turtling as hard as they can with buildings, all of their units and siege tanks, and you can just walk up and kill them, there's actually something wrong with the game. Okay?
Yeah.
If GuMiho literally has no units on the map and is only defending, you should not be able to go break him. So, like, just looking at this, theoretically, this should not be something that Trap is continually doing. Poke the edges? Yeah. That's fine, okay?
Yeah.
Try to, you know, lure him out a little bit, throw a storm down here and there, but if you are actually attacking in, that's where GuMiho should be gaining a lot of value against you.
Okay. I think he's going to look for another fight, but GuMiho is hunkered down. He's being patient.
4 command centers being made by GuMi, by the way.
Yeah.
Also, Fleet Beacon coming up for Trap.
These SCVs, their job's about to be replaced by robots here. It's going to be all mules.
Well, mules do it way more efficiently, honestly, Tasteless. Yeah. And you don't really care when they die.
That's true.
They don't have souls.
Okay. Trap, again, you know, he's kind of banging at the doors trying to find, you know, a place to put some damage in here, and it's not really happening. GuMiho's just not budging. Staying frozen.
Look how careful right now. Okay, Tempests are on the way. This is exactly what I wanted to see.
We're going into real siege weapons here.
Yes. And Tempests, like, you have all these sources of splash. Tempests hit from very far away. Like, they outrange turrets, right? They can fight against Vikings and stuff like that. And you're picking off on the Terran. Whereas with carriers, you kind of attack in, and if they have high enough damage output, the interceptors start to die, that type of thing. So I really like the Tempest here. I think this is an excellent call from Trap. This is the way to truly break a Turtle Terran. Get a little bit of damage done, force him to come out into you. The Protoss army, if you try to attack into it and it's got all of its splash arrayed, that is incredibly difficult to do.
Man. All right. I mean, this has been a slow one, Artosis.
Yeah.
This has been
definitely slowed way down.
Slog of a match, but I think Protoss is going to finally have a position. They're going to put a pylon down here. I think we see probes coming out. Or is it one? I thought I saw more than one. But he wants to put pylons here and batteries and basically force a long-distance fight where he can chuck these shots over. But, you know, it's funny. The Vikings have incredible range. The Tempests have even better range.
Yep.
Neither are that quick. The Stalker's trying to blink underneath to intercept.
Yeah, and I think you need to bring your Oracle over here. It's going to be tagging, poking. Yeah, some static D going up. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Now this is StarCraft. This is the StarCraft that I love, Tasteless.
In the middle of the map. Protoss takes the top left, by the way. Trap now continuing to reach out to the furthest corners. EMPs blanket the army.
Yeah, and look at this. Actually, oh, he just barely doesn't get that Colossi.
Meanwhile, quietly, GuMiho moves out and begins to attack these Nexuses.
Get an armor shred there. Haha, wasted overcharge. Doesn't actually have which upgrade, does it?
Armor shred again. You know, one of the things about Tempest, they do a lot of damage, but sometimes it could take a long time to find the right target. It seems like a big overextension down there at the bottom from GuMiho. GuMiho almost pulling his army away, but realizes he can take this Nexus out here. And a lot of things this game are beginning to mirror the last one, although those storms are insane.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job. Look at this, launching a nuke there as well. It's kind of a cool move. And a big attack into this entrenched position. Oh, the nuke is going to land.
Wow, just nuking the rubble.
Yeah, his own medevac as well.
Salting the earth.
No one may grow crops at that base anymore.
You may never farm this land from here on out.
A real slugfest here in the center.
Yeah.
Shield batteries making quite the difference.
So the further out the Tempest get, the more vulnerable they are to dives from the Protoss. So basically, Trap lost control of the center right, but he does have a Nexus at the top left. I don't see any probes mining there yet, but by the way, 3-3 about to finish here at about 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we are getting pretty insane upgrades on both sides. The Tempest, you can see, are really the ones doing the work here. He's just continually adding damage, and at any time GuMiho tries to come in, pulls back, heals up what he can, throws storms down when he can. Trap with a much bigger bank right now. Blink forward there. Don't know if that's all that good. Oh, that storm though on the Vikings. That is exactly what he
That's a nasty one, dude.
Yeah.
Nasty storm, Artosis.
Nasty storm. It's a category 5 right there.
So, you know, look, right now, Trap hasn't broken into any one area, but he's starting to whittle GuMiho down. I mean, look how many units are in orange and yellow. And, you know, there's not an infinite set of resources for the Terran in this position. The Terran isn't really doing that much damage back. And, you know, it's kind of a crazy way to draw the game out like this from GuMiho, but Trap says, all right, fine. Let me just build structures in the center, and I start to shell you from here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to wear you down.
Such a good move.
And if you look at this, it kind of leaves open the upper left quadrant and the bottom right quadrant. Terran can't quite go there. Oh, wow, and a big dive in over here.
Yeah, that's a big move, and his army was a little bit out of position there,
Could be getting to a boiling point here.
These storms are just madness.
They are nuts. Taking these Zeus shots to the next level. And, I mean, I think that we basically, despite Terran almost being maxed out, we've kind of seen Trap just do so much damage that the defensive line is shattered, and now Trap's army comes spilling through, and they're headed right to the main. They're not going to play whack-a-mole with getting all these other bases. They're going to go right to the infrastructure.
Yeah, if you get on top of that production, you are good to be golden. Some storms going down as the flanking army comes up, but I think we are very close to the end here. Not enough anti-air as Marauders doing their best, but the Immortals in here shred them.
Wow.
That's going to be that.
It's a Protoss day here in Group D. Trap survives, but GuMiho is not going to be forgotten, and I cannot wait to see more GuMiho in the next season of GSL Code S.
The quality of his play was very, very high, and he is still playing his own style. I am expecting around a 10 out of him next season.
Oh, at least. Tough to lose like that, but that's GSL, man.
You can tell he's a bit frustrated. I mean, at the end of the day, he went 3-2 against Trap, and he is going to be eliminated on that.
Yeah, that's true,
It's
actually.
like, oh yeah, no, I had a winning record. Oh, so you're in the next round? No.
No.
No, unfortunately not.
We're going to have an interview with Trap, see how he's feeling, and after this guy, it's just one more group in the round of 20.
Yeah. Ouch. All right. Well, yeah, in fact, he went 4-4? Is that right? Yeah.
All right, we're going to have an interview with the second player to move on to round of 10. It is Trap of Gangdong Freaks. Congratulations. Thank you. Trap, there was danger today, but you managed to move on as a second player in Group D. So how do you feel about your advancement?
현우랑 같이 진출하자고 경기 전에 약속을 했었는데
You know, before I said to Byeon, let's go to round of 10 together. So I'm really happy that we did move on together.
하고 싶어서 올라가고 싶다는 생각이 든 적은 처음이라서 인터뷰를 하게 됐습니다.
So I'm really happy to have this interview right now.
하고 싶었던 적은 처음이다.
So Trap's saying that this is the first time he really wanted to do an interview. So that means he really wanted to win as a Protoss in this tournament.
자, 최종전 고병재 선수와의
In the final match, it was a rematch against GuMiho. So what kind of aspect did you focus on in that match?
첫 번째 경기에서
When the first match
지긴 했지만
against him, I lost to him.
마음이 되게 뭐 불안하다거나 이런
But you
게
know,
없었어요.
I didn't really feel frustrated. I didn't feel worried.
제 자신을 믿고 있었기 때문에
You know, I had faith in myself that I'll play better in the final match. As long as I control my units better, I knew that I had hope.
네, 마지막 글리터링 애쉬즈 여기서 정말 폭풍
In the last game, in Glittering Ashes, you showed great performance. The shield battery, the cannons, they were doing a lot of good job.
두 번째 경기에 이어서 세 번째 경기도 되게 유리했는데 이제
I mean, the third game, I was quite ahead.
후반을 가시더라고요. 그래서
And then, you know, we went to the late game.
애초에 또 유리한 상태여서 캐리어보다는 뽕뽕함이
And I still had the higher ground, so I realized that rather than Tempests, carriers would be a better option.
패자전 저그전을 보는데 와 오늘 분열기가 예술이더라고요.
You know, in the losers match, your disruptor against the Zerg player was fantastic to watch. So, can you talk us through the disruptors?
갑갑하는 유닛.
Well, I think the disruptor is the only worthy unit out of all the Protoss units. I mean, DT's gone. DT's not good anymore. So only disruptor is left. That's actually good.
그래서 집요하게 썼다.
That's why I used that so much today.
그럼 하실 말씀이 많으셨다고
So
하니까
Trap,
바로
you have a lot to say,
질문
as you said before.
하겠습니다. 밸런스 패치 후에 가장 멘붕한
Alright, we're gonna talk about the balance patch again. So Trap, you were utterly shocked after you heard the nerf to the Protoss race. So what do you want to say today?
아니 저는 애초에 프로토스가 별로 안 좋다고 생각하는데.
Well, first of all,
큰
I think
대회들의
Protoss
결과들이
is
많이
just not a good race overall.
프로토스는 항상 졌고.
Protoss always lost in big tournaments.
IEM 월드 챔피언십 8강 로터스 지금
And in round of 8,
겨우겨우 2명
IEM Katowice, Protoss lost.
결과가 말해준다고 생각해요.
So I think the result tells the facts.
그런데 이 결과랑 다르게 저그 선수들과 테란 선수들의 이야기는
But contrary to these results, the Terran players and the Zerg players have been quite audacious in their comments. And they're saying, the other players are saying that now this is a balanced game because SkyToss is not good anymore.
포격기가 패치가 되면서
Well, with the Void Ray, I'm getting nerfed.
그동안에 그 패치가 된 이후부터 잘해진 성적을 좀 잘 낸 선수들이 있어요. 약간 그거 보고 약간
I mean, there are a few players who actually started playing better as Protoss after the patch. But I think that's why the Zerg players and Terran players made that statement. But I think
공업 포격기밖에 그러니까 저그랑 이제 만나면은
when I meet a Zerg
공업
player,
포격기만 써서 원래 저 왔는데
I used to always lose against them using Void Rays.
다양한 걸 쓰면서 지겠구나.
But now that the patch is complete, I'm going to lose to them using other units, not Void Rays.
전략 프로토스가 쓰면서 지겠구나.
So in the end, I'm going to lose no matter what against Zergs.
저 정말 인터뷰하면서 조성호 선수 이렇게 답변
Wow,
길게
Trap.
하시는 거
I never saw you making such long statement in an interview before.
탁구전 밸런스도 많이들 이야기를 하는데 조성주 선수
I mean, a lot of the people are talking about the PvP matchup.
변현우 선수 심지어 토스 좋은 것 같다
PvT matchup.
얘기하셨거든요.
And
이것도
Gun
동의하실 수 없는
also
거예요?
said that Protoss is favored in the Terran matchup. So what do you think about that?
정말 이해가 안 됐어요.
You know, I saw Björn's interview and I could not understand what he was saying.
이제 서치를 안 가도 된다 이런 얘기를 하는 거예요.
He said in his interview that he doesn't need to go scouting anymore because the Void Rays got nerfed.
테란은 서치를 안 가도 다 맞고 프로토스는 서치를 안 갔는데 전략이
Well, what he is saying is that Terrans can win without going scout, and Protoss can go scouting and still lose. That's how unfair it is.
취지에 안 맞는 그런 인터뷰 발언이었다. 잘 들었습니다.
Alright, Trap. Thank you for that.
밸런스에 대한 조성호 선수의 소신 있는 발언.
Alright, so there was a long, candid response from Trap about the balance. So we want to elaborate on this, but we have very constrained time.
슈퍼 토너먼트 2연속 우승, 또 GSL 새 시즌 최소
And now Trap, is aiming for a spot at least in the round 4 this season.
라인을 이끄는 대표 선수로서
And as the leader of the Protoss race, Trap, what do you want to say?
응원해주는 팬분들께 항상
Well, I'm
감사드리고요.
always grateful to my fans for cheering me.
지금 이 상태로는
And with this,
우승 진출도 힘들 것 같아요.
right now, I don't think I'll be able to make it to the finals. I mean, I want to aim for the semifinals.
미안하고 미안하고. 네.
I'm feeling a little sorry to the
그래도
fans.
저는 이제 경기를 그렇다고 포기할 수는 없으니까.
But I'm not gonna give up.
제 한 경기 한 경기 준비는 열심히.
I'm going to focus on every single match. And please
김성우 선수의
cheer for
미안하다.
Protoss
정말 눈물
in this
없이 들을
GSL.
수 없는 인터뷰였습니다. 다시 한번 10강 진출 축하드립니다.
Once again, congratulations, Trap. Thank you.
Well, guys, this was a hell of a group.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
saying
this
that
was
much.
probably the most interesting group I think that we've had so far.
think
Definitely
so.
a lot of fun, and it's fantastic to get 2 Protoss out.
Oh, yeah.
It fixes so much about the tournament.
It's
Round of
actually
10
a
is going to
relief.
be really interesting no matter what.
I feel like I go kind of crazy if it was just only 3 matchups possible.
Yeah.
It's just TVT, TVZ, and ZVZ.
Yeah, that would have been really bad. And we've never actually had it that bad. I remember there was one season where in the round of 16 we only had 1 Protoss in like 2011.
Yeah, but I think that Protoss got to the Final 4. So it's kind of like, oh, cool.
Did he?
I think so, yeah.
Possibly.
But, yeah, I mean, having a 3rd race makes a lot more matchups and it makes it a lot more interesting. Otherwise, we just have to wait for the round of 10 where all the Zergs beat the Terrans, and then the next phase is just Zerg versus Zerg here.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Guys, this was fun, man. And hey, special props to the creator for moving on. He put his his back into it, and he's getting those results, even if it's late in the lifespan of StarCraft 2.
Yeah. We have our last group coming up. This is going to be a really interesting one. I think Hero is actually going to excel right now because Protoss is doing poorly. But it's a tough group. I think Ragnarok is going to be outclassed here pretty substantially. The Queens aren't going to be able to transfuse off creep, which I think is going to be a big nerf to him, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And of course, Kira and Bunny are really top-tier Terrans right now.
I think either Kira or Bunny gets out. Maybe Hero moves on, but I think Kira and Bunny are extremely safe bets.
Yeah, no,
for
they're
people that advance.
Dude, Bunny has been looking fantastic. So has Kira lately. But
yeah,
don't ever underestimate Hero.
Crying because
I
Creator
know.
advanced.
You're so
Got something in
happy.
my eye right at the end of the show. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. This was an amazing day of games. We do finish the round of 20 on Monday.
Yeah.
And they're telling me to close it out faster than I was ready. Love you guys. See you next time. Bye-bye.